Good afternoon. Welcome to the Rules Committee. Today we're going to consider the Senate amendment to H.R. 83, which is the mechanism by which the federal government will be funded through the Consolidation and Further Continuing Appropriations Act of 2015. As you know, government funding is set to expire by the end of tomorrow night, midnight, December 11th. This bill would fund the government through September 30th, 2015. For all agencies and departments except the Department of Homeland Security. It is a result of what I believe is a bipartisan, bicameral negotiations that concluded earlier this week, and it is designed to make sure we avert a government shutdown. I will have more to say as we have our panels, as we go through them, but I want to, if I can, up front thank two people in particular. It's our young chairman of the Appropriations Committee from Kentucky, Mr. Rogers, who negotiated this bill, I believe, in good faith and has spent a lot of time doing this. It involved a lot of staff time, thousands of calls, I know, between members and your staff, and also Ranking Member Lowy. She has always been not only a participating part of this process, but has always showed up as a full member and opportunity for you to work together. And Nita, I'm delighted that you are here again today to do this, and I'd like to welcome you. I also know that we're going to have two other members who are here to give testimony about a part of the bill. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Klein, the chairman of the Education and Workforce, and also the gentleman, Mr. Miller, who will be retiring this year. George, I'm delighted that you're here, and I will tell you that during my years of being on the committee, I've enjoyed your testimony, your hard work, and in particular when you did show up to work with both sides, when you were chairman and when you're ranking member, and I'm delighted that you're here. I also note that what we're going to attempt to do today is to, as we always try to do in the Rules Committee, to make sure we listen to each other, that we're clear about what we're here to do, that we maintain the decorum that is necessary. I note that we have a full House, and I note that there are a lot of strong opinions in this room. I will remind each of the panelists that the committee members that are here have been through hours and hours and hours over the last few weeks, and we've tried to prepare for you. We've tried to ready ourselves with the substance and the policy that is being submitted. But we're going to count on you and your testimony and your opportunity to brief this body, as well as many members that are here and others who are listening. So I want to thank you, but have you know that your clarity and your succinctness will be much appreciated by this committee. Before I defer to the gentlewoman from New York, the ranking member, Mrs. Slaughter, I'd like for you to know that anything you have in writing without objection will be entered in the record, and that we're going to make sure that you remember in sharing these microphones and need to make sure that you make sure the green button is on, and that will help us all. I'd now like to yield to the ranking member, the gentlewoman, Mrs. Slaughter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We've all looked forward with some anxiety to this very moment when we were going to see whether we were going to have a government shutdown or not, which we lurched from crisis to crisis. And there's some things I think I really have to say about this, mostly process. 1,600 pages right here, released in the middle of the night. Not one member of the committee has been able to read all the way through it or anything of it, I suppose. No opportunity for public input, no committee hearings, no committee markups, and no time to adequately consider $1.1 trillion in spending. Perhaps if the House majority had spent less time trying to prevent people from getting health care or investigating the non-existent scandal in Benghazi, we might have had time to put together a proper budget. This process goes against all of the transparency pledges that House Republicans themselves have made. And we quote again Speaker Boehner, as we were so proud of him when he said in 2010, quote, "I do not believe that having a 200-page bill on the House floor serves anyone's best interest, not the House, not the members, and certainly not for the American people," end quote. So once again, we see the recalcitrance of the House majority leading us into another manufactured crisis, angering the American public, scaring people to death that they're not going to be funded, damaging our reputation around the world, and coming once again to the brink of shutdown, and this cromnibus is no different. For reasons I'm at a loss to understand, the bill undercuts the Department of Homeland Security. And our members on Homeland Security have said that this is a great peril. They need to be training people all the time to be alert for what's going to happen, but we're only going to make sure that they can be in existence to the end of February. At that point, I don't know what happens to them, nor do they. Now, we've heard a lot of talk that you are dependent on the votes from my side of the House to pass this omnibus. And frankly, we're always willing to do that when legislation comes up that we can support. But in the dark of night there, two things happened that are really hurting us being able to do that. And I honestly think that before it comes to the floor that these two may go away. It's certainly my hope. The one is rolling back the regulations on the risky behavior by big banks. Since 2008, we've been going through this nightmare. We allowed mega donors also at the same time, the people with all the money, to donate 10 times the current limit to political parties without any discussion, again, completely undermining the McCain-Feingold bill. And then what we've done, as I mentioned before, with the banks, is completely as we know, and probably we will see the end of Dodd-Frank very shortly because banks don't like it. Let me quote from a statement that Barney Frank, a former congressman, as you know, who is the Frank referred to in the title, released a statement today, and he said, quote, "The provision inserted into the appropriations bill is a substantive mistake, a terrible violation of the procedure that should be followed on this complex and important subject, and a frightening precedent that provides a roadmap for further attacks on our protection against financial instability," said Frank. Ironically, and this is the most important part, ironically, it was a similar, unrelated writer that put into the debate a larger bill without debate. Let me say, I misspoke there. A similar, unrelated writer put without debate into a larger bill that played the major role in allowing the irresponsible, unregulated, derivative transactions to contribute to the crisis in the first place. Why, in the name of common sense, would we be willing to risk that yet again? The damage done, it's taken years to even try to get over, and for lots of people, well, they will never recover from the loss of their homes or their jobs. Now, how to regulate derivatives, this is still Congressman Frank, is a question about which responsible people can differ. And the subject of what insured banks should be doing in this area is a legitimate subject for debate, but not for a non-germane amendment inserted with no hearings, no chance for further modification, and no chance for debate into a mammoth bill in the last days of a lame duck Congress. Those who have consistently opposed any significant financial regulation should be willing to put forward their proposals to cut back on the rules adopted in response to the crisis in a manner that allows full, open discussion, and members supporting the retreat should be required to do so by their votes without the cover of an omnibus appropriation not subject to amendment, Frank concluded, end quote. Now, this bill also includes significant reforms to pension programs that would impact thousands of retired workers in my district and yours as well. For a provision that would impact so many working families should have been considered through the regular, transparent, and open legislative process. Now, I recognize that this process is extremely difficult, and I want to note that some harmful riders were removed, and for that we're extremely grateful, and I would imagine a lot of hard work went into that. But on one other positive note, we were able to include an important ban that prevents the processed poultry products imported from China from being served in school meals, because that is an issue of food safety. And Congresswoman DeLauro and I had asked that that be done, and we are happy that it is there. But it's not enough. The negotiations on this bill are not enough. It doesn't serve the American people, nor does it serve this institution. And I yield back.
Woman yields back her time. I want to thank the gentleman for comments. In fact, you'll probably hear during the time that we're here that there was some legislation that was discussed and talked about yesterday and continues to be on the floor today. And it's a really good reason why each of you are here to help clarify these things. Mr. Frank was offering his comments as a former member of this body, and I'm very interested in what this current membership is going to say, and so I'd go straight to our lead witness. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, Hal Rogers, for being here. I don't know if we want to move that water that's right there in front of you. I know we kind of put it there, but I just want to make sure that we don't get it in the way of your testimony. And Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Slaughter, and members of the committee. Thanks for having us here today. On behalf of the amendment to H.R. 83 that we've submitted, that includes the bipartisan House and Senate agreement to fund the federal government for the rest of fiscal 15. I come to you to request an appropriate rule to provide for prompt consideration of this important measure. Our current funding mechanism, as you've said, Mr. Chairman, expires on December 11th, tomorrow. To avoid a costly and damaging government shutdown, we must pass this legislation before then. The funding measure abides by all the terms of the Ryan-Murray budget agreement, providing a total of $1.013 trillion. It includes full-year appropriations legislation for 11 of the 12 appropriations bills, weighing each agency and department individually, reflecting up-to-date budgetary needs, and prioritizing the most effective, most useful programs. This legislation also includes a short-term funding mechanism for the Department of Homeland Security, which expires on February 27th, 2015. This holds funding for DHS programs at current levels to maintain essential security programs on our home front. Moving on to some of the highlights, Mr. Chairman, national security is a top priority. In this legislation, the measure provides $554 billion for the Department of Defense, including $64 billion in overseas contingency operations funding to support our troops in the field, to combat ISIL, to train and equip our Iraqi allies, and to counter Russian aggression. It also cuts more than $345 million from the IRS and $60 million from the EPA from last year's levels. The legislation provides no new funding for Obamacare and holds the line on funding for the agency at HHS most responsible for implementing this law. It prohibits funds for the Army Corps of Engineers to act on two regulations that could have serious consequences for American industry, changing the definition of, quote, fill material, quote, and regulating water in certain agricultural areas under the Clean Water Act. The legislation also protects farmers, ranchers, and other job creators from onerous regulatory burdens by amending Dodd-Frank swaps push-out rules and by adopting the House promise to stop the EPA from placing the sage grouse on the endangered species list. And it helps to put a stop to improper behavior at federal agencies, prohibiting the IRS from targeting groups for scrutiny based on their political beliefs, from determining the tax-exempt status of an organization, and from holding inappropriate conferences. The bill also preserves the sanctity of life, maintaining all existing pro-life policy and funding provisions from previous appropriations bills, as well as adding several new provisions that address conscience protection and the transparency of Obamacare plans that provide abortion-related services. Although, Mr. Chairman, it's my preference, and you've heard me say this 100 times, to consider 12 individual appropriations bills separately and on time under regular order This is our best-case scenario as we face a short deadline. This legislation fulfills the constitutional duty of the Congress to keep the lights on in the federal government and will allow us to start with a clear deck in the 114th Congress to hopefully complete our appropriations work for 216 on time. I know the ranking member of my committee shares my desire to return to regular order next year. And I want to thank Mrs. Lowy for her fairness throughout this process, as well as her hard work bringing the bill before us today. The omnibus legislation is the result of weeks of hard negotiations between the House and the Senate. It reflects conservative priorities, but it's also a compromise, a bipartisan bill that can and should have wide support from both parties in both the House and Senate. I hope we can pass it in short order and send it on to the Senate tomorrow, eventually to the President for quick approval as well. The American people deserve the stability and certainty of a functioning federal government, and it's high time we provided that to them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Ms. Lowy, each time that Mr. Rogers comes up here, he's always accompanied by you. And while I don't presume that there's a 100% agreement, I do know that there's 100% teamwork. And Hal has, I believe, always dealt fairly with me and as a colleague, and I know he would do the same for you. And we're delighted that you're here. The gentlewoman's recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to be here today. I'm very pleased to be here with my friend and my partner, Chairman Hal Rogers, with this spending package before current funding expires tomorrow night. I'm deeply relieved that we seem to have avoided the antics of last year when a vocal minority in this body was able to hold the entire government hostage for reasons they couldn't articulate. It wasn't fair to the American people. I hope we'll never have to go through it again. Throughout the process, my goal has been to avoid another costly shutdown, make adequate investments to grow the economy, enhance our security, and protect the most vulnerable. I am disappointed, Mr. Chairman, that a decision was made by the House majority to leave out the agreement reached on the Department of Homeland Security. This bill could have and should have been included in this package. It was left out as a part of a political calculation on immigration policy, not over differences our subcommittee had in developing this bill. I believe my chairman was right when he rebuffed efforts to restrict the president's executive orders on immigration on a must-pass appropriation bill, but forcing these important agencies, Customs, Border Protection, the U.S. Secret Service, the Federal Emergency Management Administration, the Transportation Security Administration, forcing them into a 2-month continuing resolution was unnecessary and unfortunate. The short-term CR creates uncertainty, will limit the department's ability to make important decisions on procurements, hiring, and on new initiatives which we all support. We're already 70 days beyond the actual start of this fiscal year. Should the Homeland Security agencies really have to wait another 2 more months, I strongly support Ranking Member Price's amendment to restore full-year funding to Homeland Security. The 11 other spending bills included in this package are a mix of wins and losses. I was very pleased most of the worst riders were dropped, including those on the Affordable Care Act, the Clean Air Act, and those preventing full implementation of new reforms to the federal school lunch programs. Statutory budget caps essentially kept all discretionary programs at a hard freeze, but I'm pleased we were able to prioritize a few key items, such as the National Institutes of Health, food safety at the Food and Drug Administration, Another very modest but very important increase is provided for after-school programs, many of which suffered steep cuts under sequestration and have still not made up those shortfalls. I'm also pleased the final agreement provides $500 million for the Department of Transportation's Tiger program to fund major surface transportation projects, including bridges, transit, and passenger rail. To keep firearms out of the hands of those who shouldn't possess them, the National Instant Background Check System will receive an increase of $14.5 million. This important investment was achieved because members on both sides of the aisle recognize how crucial this money is for states to improve their submission of records into the background check system. The final package includes much of the administration's request to respond to the deadly Ebola crisis. We must ensure that all those tasked with being on the front line fighting this disease, from local hospitals to federal agencies, have what they need. We all recognize how the ease of international travel has changed the way we must respond to contagious diseases. I have confidence in our healthcare system, the Center for Disease Control, and the fantastic hospitals that stepped up to take and treat the patients with Ebola. But we should do whatever we can to stop the disease where it is the most deadly. The funding provided will allow research to ramp up to treat and hopefully develop a vaccine for Ebola. I do have an amendment, Mr. Chairman, before the committee to strike two sections. One that amends Dodd-Frank to include the swaps push-out language, and the other that multiplies by 10 the amount of money that wealthy individuals can give to a political party. Together, these provisions stack the deck for special interests against the middle class. In closing, I'm pleased the Appropriations Committee has come together on a package to fund 11 of the 12 spending bills. I will reiterate that the Cromnibus contains many things I wish had had a different outcome. I would have wanted more for key investments like the National Institutes of Health. I wish all of the riders, although we started with about 1,000 items in disagreement, went down to about 75 riders. I wish all of the riders had been dropped, and I need to see whether the Rules Committee makes changes to this package before making a final determination. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Lowy, thank you very much. It's very clear, not only your participation, your wishes, some of the things that you wanted, some of the things you didn't get, but working together for the benefit of the team, and I appreciate you very much. Chairman Klein, perhaps a new submission, but not a new idea, but one that's a bipartisan idea and one which I believe is good for us to know about and hear about is your hard work with Mr. Miller on pensions. Obviously, our country has gone through 5 years of a very difficult time, and the average American that gets up and goes to work, plays by the rules, does the right thing, they should not find themselves on the bad side of just because of timing. And I know you've taken a lot of time to include this, and I'm delighted that Chair and gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Slaughter, members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Klein-Miller Amendment. I don't know how many of those there have been, George, but I'm very pleased to be here today. This bipartisan amendment provides a legislative response to a growing crisis that's now facing millions of Americans in the multi-employer pension system. For more than a year, Mr. Chairman, in fact for over 2 years, but for more than a year the committee has been working intensely to take a proposal put forward by business and labor and turn it into a bipartisan solution. This bipartisan agreement we've reached will protect taxpayers by putting the Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation, the federal backstop for defined benefit pension plans, on a more sound financial footing. Protect employers by helping to address the pensions liabilities crushing their businesses, and protect retirees by giving the trustees of troubled plans the tools they need to avoid insolvency. This isn't a perfect solution, Mr. Chairman. I suppose there aren't many, but it's a good solution that deserves our support. We cannot let this opportunity pass by, hoping we will get a better deal in the future. Further delay will make this harder, not easier. By acting now, we can prevent a bad situation from getting much worse. By acting now, we can deliver retirees greater protections that may not be available down the road. And by acting now, we can begin to address a tough issue with strong bipartisan support. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan multi-employer pension reform agreement and its inclusion as an amendment to the omnibus funding bill. Thank you, and I'll be ready to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. By the way, your inclusion of Mr. Miller should also be said back to you, and thank you for being participatory with him. It takes two sides to be able to get these things done, and I'm very proud of our chairman. Mr. Miller, welcome. You've been to the Rules Committee 4,000 or 5,000 times over your career. You've been here as a vigorous advocate. I've seen you win too many. Your record up here is better than losses. But I'd like to have you grab that mic from Mrs. Lowy. She'll share it with you. Make sure that green light's on. And we're delighted that you're here, George. And I want you to know that as one of your colleagues, I've enjoyed watching you, seeing you, and your opportunities to work all the way back with John Boehner when he was in the committee. And I know that you have been a strong leader in the field of education and pension reform. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your kind remarks, and thank you to you and Ranking Member Slaughter for allowing Mr. Klein and myself to come before the committee. The Klein-Miller Amendment is based upon a proposal developed nearly 2 years ago by labor unions and employers working together to find a path for severely distressed and failing pension plans. This amendment will give plan trustees, labor and management the tools they need to avoid impending collapse of many multi-employer plans. It will also provide new funds with a premium increase for the insurer charged with backing up these plans, which is also facing bankruptcy. The Klein-Miller Amendment is the only available option to save these failing plans, and it is the last chance for labor unions and their members and their employers to gain some control over the future of their pensions. I expect that this is my last time before this committee. Throughout my 40 years in Congress, I have worked to strengthen pension protections and expand retirement security for all Americans. I have fought for workers and I have fought for their benefits. When Wall Street was siphoning money out of workers' 401k plans via hidden fees, I fought to ensure that people know about these fees so that they can make an informed decision about their retirement savings. I've fought to protect workers from conflicted investment advice that could put their retirement security at risk. It is my commitment to workers and the retirement security that brings me here today. We have an obligation to reform the multi-employer pension system so that we can protect the retirement security of workers nationwide. The amendment before you today, which is backed by business and labor, which will secure the multi-employer pension systems for millions of current and future retirees. It includes important consumer safeguards that give the participants in these plans a voice to protect the most vulnerable of the retirees. It will also provide critical flexibility necessary to keep workers from losing everything. Employers and employees now would have the option. This is the option. There's nothing here mandated. They would have to make a decision that they want to come together and try to design the best rescue plan they can so that their pension plan can survive for a longer period of time and with a level of benefits that can be sustained. And I think that's an important right to grant them. Many of these multi-employer plans have already tried to work this out, but at the end of the day, they're prohibited by law from cutting pension benefits. They've already made a decision that that's the only way they can rescue their plan, but the federal law stands in their way. We remove that impediment. If they choose not to take advantage of it, that's their choice. If they choose to take advantage of it, we wish them the best of luck in trying to work out a sustainable pension plan for their members without going into bankruptcy and then going to the PBGC, increasing the liabilities there, and the snowball continues downhill. So thank you for your consideration. I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member for their consideration of this amendment. We think it's very important. It's not a new idea. It's been kicking around. We had 2 years of hearings at this last Congress on this matter under Chairman Klein's leadership, and we've had numerous hearings in the committee before on this exact provision. I think its time has come. Thank you.
Mr. Miller, thank you very much. Before my deferring to the gentleman from Texas, Louisville, Texas, I would like to ask unanimous consent and grant that for a document that would be called FY 2015, the omnibus, which has been prepared by the Appropriations Committee. Without objection, I'll be entered in the record. That provides not only factually based information, but if anybody needs a record as we go back through this about what was included, that will be there for them. The Chair would now recognize in reverse order the gentleman from Louisville, Texas, Dr. Burgess. The gentleman has no questions. Mrs. Slaughter?
I haven't had a chance to read the bill. I just know what I've been told, so I have no questions at this point. But if things don't change, I guess I'll have to say no.
Gentlewoman does not seek time. Gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say thank you to our colleagues. I do know that our colleagues, my colleagues, particularly on the Education Workforce Committee, have worked extremely hard to get these pension reforms done. Having been on that committee for some time, I agree with them and know that this is a critical time to get these provisions passed, and I want to lend my support to the comments that they have made. Pension reform is never easy, as we have found out over the years, but we're particularly at a critical time. I want to agree with the chairman of the Appropriations Committee that doing this through regular order, one bill at a time, is the best way to do it, and we have done it. We've spent many hours in this committee this past year hearing from our colleagues about appropriations bills. We spent many hours on the floor. And as I sat here and listened to the chairman and the ranking member, it sounded to me as though, and I guess I could put a little bit more water in this glass, and I would say this, that what I heard the chairman saying that the glass was half full, and I heard the ranking member saying that the glass was half empty. We're looking at the same glass of water. And that's what struck me, particularly when Congresswoman Lowy was speaking, that she emphasized things we didn't do. The chairman emphasized things that we did do. And so that image struck me. And I want to say this is the way it gets done with legislation, particularly why we don't like omnibus bills. But I want to thank everyone involved for your hard work and say nobody is probably terribly happy, completely happy. Therefore, I learned long ago in the state legislature, if nobody's completely happy, then it's probably the best legislation we can get done. And with that, I yield.
Yield.
Yes.
The reason we're here with an omnibus bill is that the House passed 7 of the 12 bills through the House. 84 hours of debate and amendments, 7 bills completely through the House, 300 and something, I think it was, amendments were considered and dealt with. We send those individual bills then to the Senate, and they're supposed to take them up just like we did, individually. But they didn't. They, not all year long, they didn't take up a single one of the appropriations bills that we sent over there. Consequently, we have no choice then at the end of the year to come together and try to put together a funding for the entire government because the Senate simply didn't act. So that's why we're here. I have preached and still am preaching to do individual bills, House, Senate, conference them separately, do it the right way. And that's the aim that I have. I've been trying to do this for 4 years now. I think perhaps things are going to change now with the change in the Senate, where we can take up these separate bills, as it ought to be done. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate what the chairman said, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't going to bring all those things up myself, but I'm glad that you did because, as has been the history of this institution for a long time, the problem is over in the Senate, not in the House. We're able to act. We're able to do our jobs. We did. And I want to say, I believe this other saying is appropriate too. You are preaching to the converted, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Woman yields back time. Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized. Well, I hope I'm not causing that. You okay?
I'll just speak this way.
It is not, yeah, right, good, thank you.
No, that's all right. First of all, I want to thank everybody who's here testifying for the hard work that you've all put in on so many issues, but it is frustrating to be here with an omnibus bill that is 1,600, I'm actually 1,603 pages long, that I think we can all be honest with one another that nobody here has fully read. And with each passing minute, I find out there's something else in here that gives me indigestion. And I'm just worried about all the other things that I'll find out after this bill is passed. And I think the process is lousy, and I appreciate the fact that the chairman and the ranking member have tried to bring appropriations bills to the floor on their own, but I think there have been 5 bills that we haven't brought to the floor. And even if we have to get to this kind of process at the end of the session, we ought to build in an extra week or something so that people have an opportunity to be able to look at it, so we're not all kind of going through all this stuff. And I'm concerned about a number of things. I'm concerned about the fact that we continue to fund wars that Congress hasn't authorized. There are provisions in this bill that weaken the Child Nutrition Act and WIC. There's this kind of crazy campaign finance adjustment that's in here that I didn't even know about until a little while ago, that increases the limits on individual contributions to a party by allowing a person to contribute a total of $770,000 per year.
Gentleman yield?
Yeah, happy to yield to gentleman.
Thank you very much. You know, maybe I paid attention to it and somebody else did, but I believe what happened is that we have taken away funding by the federal government for conventions. Federal government's not going to pay for conventions anymore. And yet conventions still need to be paid for, a lot of security and a lot of other things. And so that is what this is here for.
My advice to the political parties would be maybe, try to seek out people who don't have $770,000. We ought to be, I mean, the trouble with all the money in politics.
I'll yield back to the gentleman, but you still got to pay for it.
Well, you could fund it.
Even for both sides,
Yeah,
thank
for
you.
both sides, absolutely. I think it's, and then,
Would you yield to
happy
me
to
for a
yield.
moment on that, just
happy-
for a second, because it is not just for conventions, it's really for housekeeping accounts, and you know what housekeeping accounts are for political parties. Go for almost anything.
But I don't, and then there's a provision that, that repeals, truck driver safety rules that will make our roads less safe. And none of these things belong, most of these things don't belong in an appropriations bill, and certainly not in an omnibus bill. I also, want to associate myself with the remarks of our ranking member and of Ms. Lowy. I mean, the repeal of the Dodd-Frank provisions in this bill are awful. And I want to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the entire statement of Congressman Frank. And I also want to associate myself with remarks of our senior senator from Massachusetts, Elizabeth Warren, who was on the floor in the Senate today, asking, I think, a fundamental question, and that is, who does Congressman work for? Who does Congress work for? Does it work for millionaires, the billionaires, the giant companies with their armies of lobbyists and lawyers, or does it work for all of us? I mean, this provision is not a technical fix. It's a big deal. And the provision that is about to be repealed requires banks to keep separate a key part of their risky Wall Street speculation so that there's no government insurance for that part of their business. I mean, I don't know why we're doing this, and I don't know why we're doing this in a bill like an omnibus bill. And just one final question for Mr. Klein and Mr. Miller. I appreciate the fact that we have to do something about pensions, but I have to tell you that this provision is controversial, to say the least. I mean, I've got a statement here from Jim Hoffa, the general president of the Teamsters, who says that basically that this would result in cuts to pensions for his members. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to insert to the record
Without objection.
his letter to the Rules Committee. But we got concerns from other unions, from the AARP, and there's some that unions that have written in support. I guess what I'm a little concerned about here is that if since we're going to take this provision up, that it be actually taken up as a separate vote, and that it not be part of a self-executing rule where you pass the rule and this and 100 other things become part of it. I don't know enough about this, to be honest with you, to tell you whether it's a good deal or a bad deal. I just know that a lot of people that I trust tell me that they have some problems with it, and it ought to have, I think, adequate debate, and I hope that whatever we decide here, that it won't be something that is, some self-executing mechanism that we often do around here. But anyway, I don't want to belabor this. I know you guys have been working on this for an awful long time, but I just think that there's got to be a better way to do our business than this. And I get it, we're at the end of the session, but there's nothing that says, and I'll tell you, I mean, I'd be willing to stay here a couple of extra days if it meant that people had an opportunity to go through and review this, because I don't think anybody here with a straight face can say they know what's in this bill. And with that, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. Thank you very much. The gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Let me, if I could, just say a few things very quickly without a prepared statement or questions coming in there. First of all, to the gentleman from Education Workforce, if there is a Klein-Miller amendment, this either has to be the best damn amendment ever written or the biggest mistake we have ever done. I don't know which one it is, but the fact that you have brought forth a bipartisan amendment says a great deal right there and probably should be left at that same time. Secondly, I think I echo what everyone has said, especially the chairman of the Appropriations Committee. This is a lousy way of doing business. Sad element is it's not the first time I have ever seen business accomplished in this way. It's not the first time I've ever seen self-executing rules accomplished. Hopefully, but probably unfortunately, it may not be the last time. But that I want to emphasize in your defense how much I have appreciated you bringing the other bills the House has done to us as we have discussed them. Actually, we spent too much time talking about them, but I appreciate you bringing them up to us. And had the Senate actually done their business, then this would not be the process we're going through. That is what is extremely frustrating of 2 years of going through these games. And unfortunately, it's not this issue alone. I was part of the negotiating team for the defense authorization bill. It was the exact same problem there. We had done our bill in a timely and efficient way, and yet the Senate had not even had committee hearings on the same issues. That presents the frustration that we all have in a process that none of us like. But we recognize what it is, and it's not I'm trying to shift the blame over there. I am shifting the blame over there. They have got, and what I'm looking forward to come January is a chance to now start with a fresh slate and do it the right way. That includes some of the comments that have been made here about riders that are in this bill. Yes, they should be done in authorization measures. Come January, I hope to be able to do that. And since come January, I probably will not be able to speak to you from this forum. It will be in a different way where my time limits will be limited. Let me say a couple of things that I'd like just to put in the record, because I appreciate what you have done in the area of land issues in this bill. I appreciate what you've done on the riders that deal with grazing allotments. However, coming forward again, we're going to be talking to you again about fees, because fees really are, in my estimation, a tax, and they should not be at the acquisition of the executive branch to do them. It should be a legislative function. So there will be fees not just dealing with funding for grazing fee allotments, but there will also be other fees that are done on public lands. I want to work with you to make sure that they do not come through the appropriations process, but we have actually authorized those fees, and the legislative body looks at those fees. I appreciate what you have done with PILT and the PILT payments that are in here. SRS is not here. Once again, I'm going to be coming back to you one more time and saying, yes, we need to do the same thing with payment in lieu of taxes, but I want to find with you a unique way of actually funding those that will be a constant source, so it is not done in a haphazard way as we have done in the past. And the same with secure schools, that there is, can be, and should be, and the House has actually identified potential funding sources in the future to make sure that these programs will have a secure force of funding going through that way. And we can do it in the long term. And finally, I appreciate in here you have, once again, a one-year prohibition on sage grouse. There is no potential endangered species issue that could have the greatest and most serious impact in the West and Midwest as this particular species does. And the fact that we are not allowing the states to go through and actually come up with a program that fits the geology and the geography of those individual states and are looking instead at a court-ordered mandate is one of the problems. So this is not something I blame, obviously, on your committee. This is where we too often policies are dictated not by the legislative branch where people have some kind of say, but through judicial proceedings where they were done basically in a sue and settle approach. It's the wrong way of doing things. You've given a one-year moratorium in here so that we can have another chance to look at it. But I want it very clear as we come back and talk to you about this particular issue, 1 year is not enough to find out the viability or the efficacy of programs that are out there. The states need a chance to actually go forward with this for their own areas, and they need 5 to 10 years to find out if those things can actually work. So those are issues that we're coming back here. I appreciate the fact that your committee has made progress and addressed those issues. But I also want to know I'm going to be talking to you about those again in the future because there are some long-term issues we need to do the appropriate way through authorization bills. I thank you for your hard work. I am sad that we are doing it this way, but to be honest, all of you, your hands are tied. You didn't really have a whole lot of options in the way you came about this. Thank you for hard work, and thank you for bringing a bipartisan bill, bipartisan amendment. It's, boy, that's weird. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Florida, Judge Hastings, recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I thank all of those that are presenters and are friends of all of us and do remarkable work under the constraints that we're allowed in this body. But I don't think that my friends on the Republican side can honestly say that they want to fund and run government responsibly, when in fact what we are passing with this omnibus funding package only funds the Department of Homeland Security until February. Now, it's my hope, and I'm sure it's the hope of all of us, that no significant or matter of harm will come to any of us and the citizens that we represent. But the agency with the mandate to protect our borders, these are the same borders that many of my friends, particularly on the other side, continue to focus on, and I think rightly so. It is an ongoing concern. But what we are experiencing right now in the final analysis on this subject is a blatant political stunt, just trying to satisfy those who are the extremists of the Republican Party. Now, they're entitled to all of their views, but I find it ironic that despite these efforts to appease Republican extremists, House Republicans are still going to have to rely on Democrats to pass this bill, both now and when it comes up again in February as it pertains to Homeland Security, because I can assure you that the same extremists won't be any happier this time in February because Barack Obama is still going to be the president and will still be in office. And my view is we need to grow up around here and stop letting the extremists of either of our parties run the agenda. My good friend for whom I have the greatest respect, Harold Rogers, speaks of the 7 measures that have been passed, and that is commendable. But I would argue that those funding bills were the easiest of the funding bills that you and the Appropriations Committee had to undertake. And the 5 that would have involved hard choices have not been addressed. So pretending that all the blame rests with the Senate, and a lot of it does. Let me be very clear about that. for not passing their bills. We have to recognize and realize that passing blatantly partisan bills that cater to the extremists in the Republican Party isn't a viable option. And all that we've achieved has been a shifting of power from the House and committee floors to back rooms with fine young staffers who do extraordinary work and are terribly underpaid, in my judgment, in this institution, and allowing for much of what we wind up with, this 1,600-plus pages. And Ms. Slaughter pointed to the fact that none of us have read it. More importantly, none of us have read it, and few of us really understand it. And that's where the rub is likely to come. I kind of am certain that this is a prelude to the next Congress, but once again, we're busy removing restrictions on big business and their ability to pollute and destroy our natural resources. And I don't know when my friends on the other side are going to come to the conclusion that just letting giant corporations have their will because they're going to do the right thing. There's no clear evidence that they have done the right thing, and I don't know how many more oil spills or burning rivers or factory explosions it's going to take, or polluted food and damaged people before we realize that we do need a strong and accountable regulatory system. Now, Mr. Chairman, I would have been prepared, sight unseen, not having had an opportunity to review every aspect of this bill. You, and all of us have voted on measures a lot of times that we didn't understand. But this one comes with two of the people bringing us a measure alluded to by my good friend Mr. Bishop as either the best or the worst when George Miller and John Klein wind up teaming up. But I couldn't fundamentally disagree with my two good friends, John Klein and George Miller, more when it comes to the matter that they're addressing, and more importantly, the process under which it's taken. I hear you when you say that many of these matters have been discussed before. But the arguments following on and echoing the sentiments of my good friend and colleague Jim McGovern, the arguments of many who oppose this particular measure comes down this way, that they have not had ample time. Some of them, one of the unions, the Laborers International Union, actually participated in the group that put together the program to try to address what all of us recognize as a crisis. But most of them, and I would ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to include the Machinists International and Aerial Space Workers letter in opposition to this measure.
Without objection.
The United Steel Workers.
Without objection.
The Laborers International Union.
Without objection.
The Boilermakers,
Without
Iron Shipbuilders, and Blacksmiths.
Without objection.
And something that a lot of us belong to, the American Association of Retired Persons,
Without objection.
who say the following in their third paragraph. The lengthy and complex proposal has not been introduced. This letter was written on the 3rd of December. The legislation has not been considered by any committee or subject to a hearing, and the language has not been reviewed by members of Congress and the public, and those retirees who will be affected have had no opportunity to consider the impact of this legislation. Yet the proposal may be attached to the fiscal year 2015 omnibus and enacted without further scrutiny. Now, that was written on the 3rd of December, and I know that they are not prescient, so they were tracking, as others do, the progress of the legislation. I didn't include the Pension Rights Center, and I ask unanimous consent that their letter be included as well, Mr. Chairman. Now, the machinists put up a picture that everyone may not be able to see of a safe that has U.S. pensions in this huge safe, and it's evidently on a wooden floor with a saw sawing the pension safe from under them. And then they write the following, which I would ask Mr. Miller and Mr. Klein to respond to. In a stunning betrayal of America's highly vulnerable retiree community, members of Congress, and their letter was written on the 3rd of December as well, are preparing legislation for the lame duck session that would overturn a key tenet of the Employee Retirement Income Act. We know it, the appellation as ERISA, and allow drastic cuts to the pensions of current retirees. The legislation, which is being brokered behind closed doors by members of the House Education and Workforce Committee, would be attached to the massive omnibus spending bill and could take effect without opportunity for hearings or public comment. Their quote is, "This is nothing less than a declaration of war by Congress on American retirees." That was a quote of the IAM International President, Tom Buffenbarger. Allowing cuts to existing retirees' pensions is simply the wrong way to address the problems of a few troubled pension plans. Does anyone doubt that the trustees of such plans will not jump at the opportunity to improve a shaky bottom line at the expense of their retired workers? The long-standing promise of a secure pension system must not be overturned by unaccountable lawmakers in a lame duck session of Congress. Now, Ms. Slaughter and I take great pride in being older than a lot of people. And Mr. Rogers, you and Ms. Lowy are in that category.
What?
With us. The chairman has a tendency to call everybody that comes up here the young chairman. Well, Harold Rogers ain't no young chairman. And ain't nobody's chump either when it comes to these measures. He knows what he's doing, and he does it exceedingly well, and I compliment him. But no one can tell me, and I mention our age for the reason that all of us grew up in an era when you put 25 years in and you got a gold watch, and everybody expected that was going to be what would happen. And no one, absolutely nobody in my childhood that achieved a pension thought that there would ever be a day that they wouldn't have that meager money in some way to go forward. Now, I understand that there is a problem with reference to pensions in this country, and we see it startlingly in a lot of places. Detroit would be a good example. The young man who has shepherded that particular bankruptcy proceeding and trying to restore that city. I went to school with his father, and his mother lives in my constituency, and I've been dear friends of that family for a long time, and I think he's done a remarkable job. But we didn't do it that way. We didn't go through all of the process, and now we're slamming it, and I just ask you all, is it going to affect retirees who have already achieved their pension status? And if so, how much is it going to cost them for this measure if it becomes law? Mr. Miller?
It could affect them. That's a decision that the trustees and the members of the union will make. Right now, if we do nothing, those very same retirees that you're worried about have a very high likelihood of going into to losing all of their benefits, or going to the PBGC and getting a maximum benefit of $1,100 a month, roughly, give or take. Is that
12 a year, 12,000 a year.
12,000 a year, roughly. Right. So if they're getting much better than that, that's what they'll get. Game over. We can all say we didn't cut their benefits. Or we can do as this bill does, on a voluntary basis, if the trustees and the members of the union believe that they might be able to salvage their pension plan by, let's say, they're getting $2,000 a month, they decide if everybody takes $1,750 or $1,500 a month, this pension plan can survive for another 10 or 15 years. They will then, Mr. Hastings, they will then have to vote on it, including the retirees who will be impacted by that decision. If they do that, they may be able to, in fact, have a better pension for a longer period of time than if they're put on automatic pilot. Many local unions have already made this decision with their members, but they can't do it because we say, not that we can cut their benefits, they can't cut their own benefits. Who are we to tell these people who are running the ridge with respect to their retirement? They have one opportunity. They have one pool of money. Can they make it go for a longer period of time for a greater number of people, or do they just have to go with the dictate that they all go to a minimum benefit, and if enough of them go to the minimum benefit, the ambulance that's carrying them runs off the road. The PBGC goes bankrupt, and they get nothing. We're hoping that enough plans can take it upon themselves to think about that future, and perhaps, and I don't know this is possible because we know out of the 300 plans or so, there's 8 that may be able to take down the whole system by themselves. So I don't know what that's going to happen there. They're a little bit different in this characteristic. But it's quite conceivable, and if nothing else, we ought to give them the opportunity. If we trust labor unions and we trust workers, and we talk about the dignity of the worker, how about the dignity of the worker deciding whether or not he, she, and their co-workers can try and save their pensions? Mm-hmm. That's all this bill does. There's no mandate here. Mm-hmm. And the one mandate is that we increase some premiums to try and see, with the growing economy, with more people coming in and paying and on the employment rolls, that we might be able to pump up the life expectancy of the PBGC, which is now somewhere between 6 and 8 years. So then, these Mr. people, they recognize the walls are closing in on them. Mm-hmm. We can give them one opportunity, and at my insistence, with the agreement of Mr. Klein, they get a vote. Some union plans don't want their retirees to vote. That's not what this law says. You all get to vote. Mm-hmm. And if you do it right, you can protect people over 75 years old, and you can protect people with disability.
That's a big if.
And if you wait, well, you can wait, and they won't get any protection at all.
Right. But do you agree that this is a radical change in 40 years of law?
It would be a radical change if I'm cutting their benefits. I don't think it's radical when you empower the people who have the greatest at stake to make a decision on their own behalf.
Mm-hmm. And so,
well, actually, that would be fairly radical in most cases.
Then the fact that it does... The fact that it does
I said it
cut
like Jesus. Those would be like voters.
Yeah. Yeah, and God forbid that we have too many of those, you see. Drastically, yes, Mr. Klein.
If I could, just very briefly, the irony is, in the little picture you showed us of the safe with pensions, and there was a saw cutting around underneath that safe, the irony is the status quo is that saw. That whole thing can collapse if we don't take the action that Mr. Miller has so eloquently described to allow these plans to adjust benefits if necessary, to adjust their plans to save them. It's not this legislation that's the saw, it's the status quo that's the saw.
Right. Well, I still argue that the process should have been a great deal more transparent, and I still believe that it drastically cuts the pensions of retirees already living on their pensions. I still believe that the plans need not be in immediate danger of insolvency to take the kinds of actions that we are taking. I still believe that all the retirees under age 80 subject to cuts, including widows, I still believe that retiree cuts are, in this instance, the first resort, not the last resort. And in many respects, I think what we're doing could have been done differently than to attach something to a bill at the last minute and I just, for the life of me, don't believe that that's the right way to go about it. Mr. Chairman, I've occupied a lot of time. I appreciate very much. Yes, Mr. Miller.
Excuse me just a
Yeah.
moment, please. Does gentleman wish further time for Mr. Miller?
Oh, I do.
I thank you, and I appreciate it. I think it's important at this juncture to mention that this is supported by the North American Building Trades Unions, the Service Employees International, the operating engineers, the plumbers, the United Brotherhood of Carpenters, who have been coming to us because their locals have voted to do this and they can't do it for the last several years. United Food and Commercial Workers, the International Union of Painters and Allied Trade, and then, of course, the business organization, National Electrical Contractors, Dairy Farmers of America, Aramark, ConAgra, Dean Foods, Kellogg's, Kroger, Land O'Lakes, Nestle's USA, Penske, Prairie Farms Dairy, SuperValue, UPS, others.
You had me, Mr. Miller, until you got to ConAgra and
listen,
Kellogg and that crowd.
That's the employment
I'm
community
not
out there.
worried.
They're the ones with the union plans. They're the ones with the union plans.
I thank you very much. I
thank
yield
you.
back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, both of you. The gentleman yields back his time. Thank you very much. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been great to listen to this debate over the soul of the Democratic Party here for the last few minutes, but I've enjoyed it. It's been instructive. A couple things. First, there's four of my very favorite members, and I guess we have to do the pension thing at the last minute, or we won't have Mr. Miller here to do it, because he's not going to be here too much longer. But your constituents are certainly getting paid to the value of their money to the very last minute of your time, and I mean that in all sincerity, and I appreciate it, my friend. Let me start first with our friends, my chairman and my ranking member, who I am very proud of, because I think when they took their respective positions, they walked into an appropriations process that had been broken for years before they arrived. And when something breaks down, you usually can't wave a wand and fix it all at once. You do it step by step. I thought you made a really big step last year in getting an omnibus after the shutdown in the context of the Ryan Murray amendment. I thought you made more steps this year as we actually moved bills across the floor in a bipartisan manner, some of them garnering large bipartisan majorities, others more contentious, but a normal process. And I know that both of you would have liked to continue that process, quite frankly. To my friends on the other side, though, it is very difficult to run a normal appropriations process on one side of Congress when the other side refuses to do it. It just is. Because at some point, your own members begin to say, well, why are we voting on these bills? They're not passing any bills over there. Why are we casting tough votes? They're not doing anything. And your own leadership begins to say, well, why are we wasting floor time on something that will never, ever happen? So we really do have to have a Senate that functions. And I actually have no aspersions to Senator Mikulski over there, because I think she has exactly the same operating style and same priorities that our chairman and ranking member do. But Senate Democratic leadership just decided they weren't going to vote on any appropriations bills. They didn't want to have to cast any tough votes. And with all due respect to my friends on the other side, they sort of cited that the last time they were in the majority, too, because they got rid of amendments, the open amendment process we have. I think we only had 2 appropriations bills in 2010. So that's how broken this system is. And our 2 colleagues here have tried to restore it step by step. Second point I want to make, and I think this is really important for people, I know people in this room understand it, but for other people to understand, this really is the product of a bipartisan and bicameral negotiation. I know some of my friends on both sides of the aisle will feel like we were shut out or we didn't have an opportunity, but to my Democratic colleagues, remember, there's a Democratic Senate over there. So anything that we agreed to was agreed to with Democratic senators, in a strong position to raise objections, concerns, negotiate, because if it doesn't get through that Senate and they control the majority, then it isn't going to become law. And as my friend pointed out from Florida, the President of the United States is the President of the United States, and he's going to be the President of the United States to January of 2017, and he too has been involved at some level, his administration, in negotiating this. So nobody is going to walk out of this room happy in terms of getting everything that they want to get. That's not possible given the distribution of power. It's not, so it's not as if, frankly, in my view, anything is being crammed down anybody's throat. We've got a tough negotiation here. And we also know that you can't reopen it. At some point, you have to close it and bring it to closure, and it's going to have some things in it. And certainly, I could point out a list of things that I don't particularly like or things that I know we had passed in a Republican House that I wish my friend, the chairman, had been able to maintain in a negotiation with a Democratic senator or Democratic one, but he wasn't able to do that because we just don't get everything we want when we're in that kind of situation, as I know our friends don't get everything they want. So understanding this is a bipartisan, bicameral, and really, includes the administration to get to this point, I think is important. And, again, there's not a member here that wouldn't prefer the normal process. And I actually think we will continue in a bipartisan way under Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Lowy's leadership to try step by step to get there. Because I know their counterparts in the Senate want to do precisely the same thing. It's important for the institution. It's important for good governance. I also think we ought to step back a little bit and look at this process as it's been reconstructed over 4 years and maybe pat ourselves on the back a little bit more than we're inclined to do. 4 years ago, the budget deficit for this country on an annual basis was $1.4 trillion. We all agree it was too much. We know we were dealing with an economic crisis. That's been brought down to under $500 billion. Way too high still, but that's the most rapid decline of a budget deficit, and it's been done in a bipartisan way. These two leaders on appropriations have more than done their part. We're spending $165 billion less in their overall appropriated budget of just over $1 trillion than we were when George Bush was president of the United States. Now, we all probably could point to that and say, boy, I wish we hadn't cut this, we wish we hadn't cut that, or I would prefer more of this. But the reality is the budget deficit has come down because guess what? Appropriators always appropriate less than authorizers authorize, something most authorizers never quite realize. We don't spend money, we save money, and we do that in a bipartisan fashion. And if you guys would send us bills that had lower price tags on them, we'd still cheat you out of more money and still spend less. So the people that spend money tend to be the authorizers. But that's a huge accomplishment. And yet we've also got some things in this bill that I'm really proud of that are bipartisan. I'm glad on a bipartisan basis our colleagues sat down on Ebola. I mean, Ebola doesn't care about Democrats and Republicans. And it doesn't look at the world. I'm glad we have our differences, and I agree with my friend Mr. McGovern on authorizations overseas, but ISIL is an enemy of the United States of America, has demonstrated that. So we've all got our different points of view, but we're trying to work with the administration. I know is trying to keep the country secure and do the right thing, and so there's additional money in there on a bipartisan basis trying to work through this. So there's a lot here to be pleased about, quite frankly, even though the process is not what any of us would want, and we're going to keep trying to make the process better. Let me end with this because I do, there's no secret in this body. John Klein is probably my best friend in the United States Congress, and George Miller is one of my very best friends, certainly on the other side of the aisle. I've had the opportunity to talk about this particular pension problem with my friend over a cigar at the end of the day on more than one occasion, and have heard about his great frustrations and the cost, and the only other person that seemed to realize was a problem was named George Miller, which was pretty shocking in and of itself. But I listened to the bipartisan work on this, and to my friends that have concerns, I think they have worked to try, number one, to protect workers and retirees. That's the main aim, to try and protect people that don't have the ability under the system we have right now to protect themselves, to give them options, try to strengthen their hand. I think they're trying to protect the taxpayers because we all know if the system goes bankrupt, the taxpayers are going to get a big tab. And frankly, other companies then, as the system collapses, are going to be drawn into this, people that haven't done anything wrong. You protect a lot of businesses at the same time. That will go broke and then put people out of work. So again, I would have preferred, as my friends do, that we had this in a little more, longer process. But this is the last train out of Dodge. And I don't see any likelihood that we are going to get a better solution than this in the near future in the next Congress. I mean, this has been worked hard by people that know it. It's a huge accomplishment. I would actually argue what they have accomplished is something we all ought to look at because we need to do it with the retirement system for the United States, Social Security as well, in a bipartisan way where we come and negotiate and and look at how do we keep this system solvent. They've actually done this, and they've done it for, tens of thousands, really millions of workers, put them in a better position, protected the taxpayers, and I'm very pleased that my chairman, Mr. Rogers, is allowing them to catch a ride on his already very overburdened train and has made room for them. So let me just end with this. I think next 48 hours, 72 hours or so, going to be pretty important. I don't know anybody here that wants a government shutdown. We all think it's a bad thing. I think it's a bad thing. I was opposed to it when it happened over a year ago. Voted to reopen the government, voted for the compromise measures when we had them. Pretty easy to say no around here, pretty easy to thump your chest, but we need to get some things done. This bill gets a lot of good things done for the American people. It also preserves, the opportunity to do some more going forward. This pension deal is a huge, huge victory for the American people, the American taxpayer. So while I can point out a lot of things on this that I don't particularly like or that I know other members will have objection to, I usually ask them, well, what's your alternative? And it's almost never realistic. It's, well, we can get everybody that agrees with us on everything, and then I guess the Senate will magically sign on board too, and the President of the United States will look at the bill and go, oh, my goodness, I had no idea. I've been wrong for 20 years. I guess I'll just sign this thing. And anybody that doesn't remember what a government shutdown is like must have a really short memory because it's not a good way to govern. It's not good for the American people, and it's actually one of the cases where we put our partisan differences ahead of the interest of the people that send us here whenever we stumble into that. So I appreciate what all four of you and your members have done. I had the opportunity to participate a little bit in my area in appropriations in this process, working with my good friend, the chairman, but also working with my partner, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who's my ranking member and a terrific partner. We had the littlest part of this and the easiest part to resolve, and the Senate almost messed it up then. It's amazing. That's been where a lot of our challenge has been. But at the end of the day, this has been worked hard. It's really, when people say it's new, it's really not. A lot of this stuff is frankly product of the bills that actually crossed the floor, been worked on in committee, been a great partnership, between our chairman and our ranking member. I know they each have concerns. I know they'll each make, decisions in the next few hours that are pretty important for us, but they deserve our support in this. And Mr. Miller and Mr. Klein certainly deserve our support because they're here representing the interests of people that are at risk and cannot represent themselves if we don't give them the tools to do it, which they've tried to do pretty nobly in this bill. So, good product. I certainly yield to my friend.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for his comments. A lot of people have asked over the last couple of years about Mr. Klein's and my relationship. And since you alluded to it, I guess we can let the secret out of the box that a couple of years ago, a number of years ago, when I was new to the minority and Mr. Klein was new to the majority, we didn't know one another. You invited us to come and have a cigar with you one evening.
A common invitation.
I think it was almost got to a two-cigar evening. But the fact of the matter is it allowed us to have a whole range of discussions over these several years without animosity. You agree, disagree, that's all possible. And that has worked. People speculated about my relationship with Speaker Boehner when he was chair of the Education Committee. It was Johnny Isaacson who asked us to come together and share a dinner with him, and we were able to have a conversation forever on. Rarely agreeing, but certainly not being disagreeable, as Speaker O'Neill used to say. And so I thank you for the cigar. I gave him up 15 years before that meeting, and I've tried not to smoke them since then, but thank you.
Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Well, first I'll start with wanting to thank Mr. Miller and Mr. Klein. As was pointed out, the Pension Benefit Guarantee Corporation, which insures the multi-employer plans, is expected to be bankrupt in 6 years. So it puts workers and unions at great risk not to take action. And of course, the fact that Mr. Klein and Mr. Miller can agree on a reasonable action to take is testimony to their dedication to the cause, because there's not great political rewards on either sides for doing this. It's just a discussion of what's the right thing. I'd like to submit to the record, Mr. Chair, a letter of support of people who signed a letter of support for multi-employer pension programs. Among those who have extended their support of this reform are Service Employees International Union, operating engineers, plumbers, carpenters and joiners, food and commercial workers, painters and allied trades, a number of other groups that have added their voice, not joyfully, but out of necessity, to the need to reform these programs. So I thank both gentlemen for their hard work on doing this. Moving to the budget, I wanted to ask Mr. Rogers, it's of the approximately $1.1 trillion in spending, how much is deficit spending in the bill?
We abide by the Ryan Murray budget caps on the Budget Act of 2 years ago.
And what is the deficit? How much of the spending is deficit spending is my question.
Would the gentleman yield?
I'll be happy to further,
Yeah,
if
we've
Mr. Rogers has an
reduced-
answer, then I'll yield, yeah.
This committee, with the congressional support, has reduced discretionary spending by $165 billion over the last 4 years, since 2010. And we continue that. The problem, the deficit is coming from the entitlement programs. We only appropriate a third of federal spending.
Well, I believe that in the...
Two-thirds of that is entitlements.
Just reclaiming my time briefly, I believe in the conventional calculations of the deficit I've seen, they don't include the entitlement programs in that. They're strictly reports on the operating deficit. Those are the numbers that I've seen. If the deficit would be much larger than any of us lead the American people to believe if we were to include unfunded liabilities in our entitlement programs. But I think we're strictly talking about an operating deficit here.
My point is, in answer to your question, we have reduced discretionary spending every year. I think this year it's a little bit, it's $1 billion higher than the previous year. But the other years we've reduced spending every year, discretionary, we appropriate. In the meantime, and that's a third of the federal spending. In the meantime, the two-thirds of federal spending is entitlement programs, over which the Congress has refused to change. So that's where your deficit is coming from.
Well, I do want to yield to my colleague in a moment, assuming he still wants the time. Are you still seeking time? I think, again, we're talking about two different things. You're not going to find any disagreement from me with regard to ensuring the stability of our entitlement programs fiscally, but that is not part of the calculation of the current accounts deficit, which is spending minus income. And I just think it's important to know, and maybe I'll ask Ms. Lowy, perhaps if the chair doesn't know, perhaps the ranking member knows, and obviously, an estimate would be sufficient here because it depends on the actual receipts. But approximately how much of the $1.1 trillion in spending is deficit spending? I'll go to the ranking member.
Jared, I'm trying to understand the point you're making, because I know how important the funding that we are providing in this bill. And in fact, the discretionary spending is the lowest it's been, I believe, in 45 years. Because, as the chairman mentioned, the entitlement accounts are increasing.
Is it the lowest as a percentage of GDP, or in actual terms, or in what measure of method?
If I'm not mistaken, it's the lowest it's been in 45 years. And
Is that, just to clarify, maybe, is it inflation-adjusted terms, percentage of GDP, or actual dollars?
I'm sorry, percentage of GDP.
Okay, well, that's a very valid way to measure it, of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I'd also like to say, we are constrained by the rules of the caucus, and as you know, there was a Budget Control Act,
Yeah.
and you're certainly aware of the mandate we were given and the numbers we were given.
Yeah.
And then there was I want to make one other point because I think it's important, the Ryan Murray agreement that followed up after the Budget Control Act. And in fact, there is barely an increase in this appropriations package from the last bill that was passed. I think this is really, really important, but I'm trying to understand exactly the point you're.
No, and those are good points. And obviously, a deficit, and we are talking, that's an operating deficit, we're not, is a function of income as well and receipts. So, and that's not the discussion we're having here, because this is appropriations, not Ways and Means. So we're talking about what the final calculation and how much more we expect to spend in this budget year than we've taken in. And that was just my question to the chairman. I don't know if he's found an answer.
Try to briefly answer it. When you total up the 2/3 of the spending, which is entitlements, and 1/3, which is appropriations, that big total. My understanding is that the deficit calculation by the White House for this year is around $500 billion. That's the total.
Are you saying that includes the entitlement
Yes.
programs? Maybe did Mr. Klein want, I know he's a different committee, but he might want to weigh in on this as well.
Gentlemen, what I hate to venture into spending when I'm sitting here next to the chairman of the Appropriations Committee, but the gentleman from Colorado, when he talks about unfunded liabilities going forward, that is not included in this. But as I understand it, when you compute the total budget and total spending, money in and money out, the money spent for those entitlements for that year is included in that. That's how you get that $500 billion.
And I believe, maybe we can ask, the entitlements are at this point close to break even. I don't know if there are a slight surplus or deficit from those in the current accounts, but is it a surplus or a deficit from the entitlements?
This is a topic that you need to take up with the Budget Committee.
I'm sorry?
Do it with the Budget Committee. We don't do the calculations you're talking about.
Well, we're doing the operating expenditures here.
Well, talk.
I don't believe, I mean, you've mentioned entitlement several times, but I don't believe that they're a meaningful detraction or contribution to the current deficit. Now, as Mr. Klein said, the issue is the unfunded liabilities there. Current accounts, I don't know, it's either slightly positive or slightly negative. I used to be slightly positive for many years. It actually helped reduce the deficit or disguise the deficit, as one might say.
Jared,
Ms.
I
Lowy.
just want to make sure we're responding.
Sure.
We were constrained by the Budget Control Act.
Yes.
And we were given a number as a result of the Murray-Ryan
Yes.
agreement that followed up. So when we came up to, we didn't have discretion to do a 1.5, 1.6. The number we were given was 1.1. So I'm trying to.
I want to be clear. I'm by no means throwing the deficit at Mr. Rogers' feet. That's not my goal in this endeavor. I realize that we have a previous budget that was agreed upon. My goal in this is to highlight for the American people in this bill that Congress will likely be voting on tomorrow how much of the $1.1 trillion is deficit spending. Not to say that it was Mr. Rogers' idea to do all this deficit spending. That's not what I'm insinuating. I hope he didn't take it in that way. I was simply asking how much of the $1.1 trillion is deficit spending. And well, I'll go back to Mr. Rogers once more. Perhaps I can get a. Happy to, yes.
When you have a deficit, it's off the entire budget. It's not off just one piece or the other. And what they're trying to suggest to you is that literally 60% of the budget, 40% being discretionary, it comes off of the buckets that contribute. An example is Social Security. There's some 10,000 people, or were 10,000 people a day retiring, that were then taking money out rather than putting money in. I do have those figures. I don't have them at the ready, but I'll be glad to give them to you. And I think these are good and appropriate questions. I'm simply saying that's not really a bearing for this.
Thank you. Well, I'll look forward to getting those answers to the questions. I think certainly the American people want to know how much of this is deficit spending. I don't believe that Social Security is at all contributing in a meaningful way to the deficit. It might even be still in surplus. I don't know. It's right on the hint. And historically, it's been a surplus. It's actually reduced the current accounts deficit, or some might say disguised it. Perhaps we were in the crossing point where it's now a slight deficit, but it's not. The bigger piece of it is the operational spending, clearly, in this bill. This is the bill that, if passed, will lead to some amount of deficit spending. So I'll look forward to getting the answer, and maybe we'll be able to highlight that on the floor.
I'll be glad to get that to you.
Tomorrow before the vote. I thank the chair and ranking member, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, gentleman. From Colorado yields back his time. Gentleman, Georgia is recognized. By the way, if I could, excuse me just a second. We're on a vote series right now. The votes have just started. We're going to make sure we get everybody out in time for the first vote. We're going to encourage people to continue moving through their questions so that we can get through with this first panel. And that's the goal that we're trying to operate on. Gentleman from Georgia recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'll try to be brief. I don't pretend that as I sit here beside three reams of paper that I'm enthusiastic about this bill. But, Mr. Chairman, do you remember when we passed the very first appropriations bill this year in the House?
The last week of April.
It was April.
Yeah.
It was April. And I think about my friend from Massachusetts and his optimism that if only we were to stay here another 2 or 3 days, that something would happen with your partners on the Senate and we would suddenly be able to do these things one by one. It was this bill that you passed in April. It was this one. It funded the Veterans Administration. It passed with 1 no vote in the hyperpartisan United States House of Representatives. It was that good. It was that good. And it was over 6 months ago. And not a thing has come back from the United States Senate. I don't know where we go if we don't go there. I don't know if you remember the second bill you passed this cycle. You may try to dismiss the fruitless efforts that your committee produces, but it was a day later on May the 1st. It was a ledge branch bill. It passed with 92% support. It was a brief, as we see here, 40 pages. Every member had a chance to read it. Every member had a chance to digest it. And more importantly than that, on all of these bills, you opened up the process, and we got a chance to offer amendments to them in ways we don't get to do on other bills in this institution. It is with great frustration that all of those good efforts culminate into this in the second week of December 2015. I am not going to have a single constituent at home who finds fault with the way that you have run your committee and the opportunity that we have had to be involved in that. And I am not going to find a single constituent at home who believes that this is the right way to run the railroad. Not one. It's been that way for the entire 4 years I've been in this Congress, despite your very best efforts. And if I can take one bit of comfort away, it is that you will still be chairing this committee next cycle, that you will still be delivering bite-sized pieces of funding legislation that generate support from every corner of this institution, because every one of us has a chance to have our voice heard on that legislation on the floor of the House, and that maybe for the first time in a long time you'll have a partner in the United States Senate to work with you on that process. I can't defend the indefensible, but you also can't beat somebody with nobody, and the alternative to this somebody of a monstrosity of an appropriations bill is absolutely nothing. Because that's what we've gotten back from your partner across the way. But if only folks could see and remember the way that you ran the railroad, the way that we ran the railroad. Again, one no vote, 92% support. DOD bill, 78% support. This is an exercise that is part and parcel of the United States Constitution, our responsibilities, and golly, I hope your 4 years of fruitless efforts will be met with a partner come this spring. And Ms. Lowy, I don't mean to suggest that the gentleman from Kentucky does this by himself. I know it's a team sport on the Appropriations Committee. I can't express the disappointment that what we do day in and day out is what the American people expect us to do, what they would be proud of us for doing, and it goes across the aisle to die. And this is what the American people are going to take away as the way that Congress runs the railroad, and that's not the way Ms. Lowy would run it. That is not the way Chairman Rogers would run it. No, that's not the way you would run it either, Mr. Chairman. And with that, I yield back.
Appreciate the gentleman's comments, and of course, as always, that was meant as a attribute for each of you who've worked so hard to get this done. I thank the gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to echo those same words, and we just went through this with the NDAA. We had over 300 amendments on that piece of legislation, passed it back in May, and the Senate never brought it up, just like they never brought up any of the appropriation bills at all. I think that's just an indictment on the Senate, and that's why we get put in a box every year when that happens. But I want to really thank, obviously, the appropriators, but the chairman, Mr. Klein, and Mr. Miller. You know, what you did takes guts. You know, we've heard others here, we talk about entitlement reform, we talk about Social Security, Medicare, things that we know we have to take care of because we hear from the managers of those funds that, guess what, they're going to be insolvent at a certain point in time if we do nothing. And, you know, this body doesn't like to do stuff, and what you did takes guts to do. You did the right thing, though, because you're allowing those pensioners to take control themselves, or those future pensioners to take control. Because I was reading up, you know, some of the pensions we're talking about are $3,300 currently, and if they go into the fund, they get cut by 2/3 to $1,000. That's a big deal. And so you're giving them the ability to control their own destiny. And we need to start having those same frank discussions as it relates to all the entitlements. Because when you start talking about, you know, 2/3 is on autopilot, that creates a problem for us sooner or later. We can ignore it at our peril, but really for the retirees' peril. And that's not where we want to go. So once again, I hope we find more courage, like Mr. Miller and Mr. Klein, to move forward on other tough topics. But I just want to, in this season, this Christmas season, is to thank you for doing the tough work and not just letting it. You could easily walk away, Mr. Miller, you're retiring. You could just say, you know what, it's not my fight. But you care. And you could tell them the passion of your words that you care about the American worker. And thank God for people that do. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Thank you very much. Gentleman from Orlando, Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have one thing to say. A flawed process produces a flawed product every single time. I'm sad we're here where we are. It is what it is. Time has made the decision for us and nothing else. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. I did not get a chance. I'll waive my right to that opportunity, but I want to say thank you to each of you. Mr. Miller, for your years of service, for your passion all the way to the end. Thank you very much. Ms. Lowy, Mr. Chairman Klein, thank you very much. Chairman Rogers, I hope our paths cross again. Godspeed. We are now going to excuse this panel, and the committee will be in recess, subject to the call of the chair, which would be at the end of the last fourth vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to go quickly, if I can, to two members. Ms. Holmes Norton will be first. Mr. Price will be second. And then we'll get directly to you. I know there are a couple other people that we also want to place at the table. Without objection, anything you have in writing will be entered in the record. The gentlewoman's recognized. If you could grab that microphone right there and turn that green button, that button to where the green light comes on. Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate your indulgence, and also your time, wary of the time you've already spent, know what you're up against. Let me just summarize my testimony.
Thank you.
I'm asking my good friends to hold to their own principles about local control of local government federalism by declining to interfere with the local affairs of the District of Columbia on two matters. One of them I recognize traditionally has an amendment. The other is new. It prohibits, that is the abortion amendment. The other is new. It prohibits the district from spending its own funds on enacting its marijuana law. I would like to put on the record that there is an alternative view to the Republican-led House appropriation view. Their view is that their bill, their version, blocks D.C.'s marijuana rider that legalizes very small amounts of marijuana for personal use, the way four other states do. I wanted to come here chiefly to put on the record that there is another view, that view is not the view of the entire House. In order to preserve the ability of the district and its lawyers to review and analyze and interpret the rider's effect on the city, in case my amendment to strike is not adopted. My amendment is based on a plain reading of the bill and ordinary principles of statutory interpretation. The original amendment contained language that is not in this bill, was taken out of this bill. That language had to do with carrying out of marijuana policies. D.C.'s local initiative, it can be argued, was already enacted and approved overwhelmingly by the voters. It does not require enactment of any kind or any new rules for implementation. Finally, I want to only say that I don't know what motivated the 4 or 5 increasing number of jurisdictions that have legalized marijuana, but the district had a very special reason. There were 2 independent studies that showed that though blacks and whites, by the way, not only in the district but throughout the nation, use marijuana at the same rate in the district, 80% of those who get marijuana convictions are African Americans, particularly a young African American man with a drug conviction, that's what it is on his record, is essentially ruled out of society, unemployment or underemployment for the rest of his life. So the city felt it had to go ahead and take away this stigma. I want to stress, I'm not for smoking marijuana, I'm not for smoking anything. And the last thing the district has done is to encourage smoking of marijuana. It had a racial justice reason for passing its marijuana laws. This 100% of any funds that would have gone into this bill have already been enacted, have already been spent. So we think our interpretation is the best interpretation. It would ask that you adopt that interpretation. And with that, I would simply leave my my testimony and not proceed any further.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have a question on the panel for Ms. Holmes Norton? Is there anyone on the Democrat side? The gentleman, Massachusetts, seek recognition.
Very supportive of her request.
Judge. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize how important this is. My state was one of the first, along with Washington, to legalize and regulate the sale of marijuana, and both Congress and the executive branch have decided not to interfere. The executive branch through executive guidance, the Congress through several two-test votes in the one of the appropriations bills where we voted not to enforce federal marijuana laws where it complies with state law. So I would hope that D.C. would be afforded that same discretion as the states. There's obviously good arguments on all sides of the issue. The most compelling that we found in Colorado is the legalization has decreased the marijuana use rate by minors by over 5%, which is certainly one of the goals. I hope that the Washington, D.C. initiative can accomplish a similar decrease in marijuana use here. The people passed Initiative 71, and I think that we should treat D.C. just as we've treated Colorado and Washington and other states as well, now more states as well. And that's why I'm happy to join Ms. Holmes Norton in supporting this amendment and hoping that we can include it in the bill.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Does any Republican member seek to have a question? I have one question for the gentlewoman. Years ago, the percentage of funds, of money that were allocated for health care in the District of Columbia, an astronomical amount of that was for drug overdoses. Do you have any idea where that percentage is or that number is today?
I don't, but as with crime in the District of Columbia, drug use, and it was cocaine and crack cocaine, has gone down astronomically. The last thing I want to see is marijuana, for example, become a gateway drug. It's interesting that unlike alcohol, where people tend to start using it, use it for the rest of their lives, this turns out to be young people's drug. They tend to outgrow it. But even if one were to use marijuana, remember 80% of those who get these convictions are African Americans. Even if one gets a conviction for marijuana, normally kids who go to college don't have that conviction chase them for the rest of their lives. The health effects, and I want to say this for the record, Mr. Chairman, we don't know the health effects of marijuana.
Well, I think we do.
We know what the effects of smoking was, and there's some early reports about young people and brain interference. So the last thing we want to do is to see anyone smoke marijuana. But worse than that, Mr. Chairman, is having a conviction that keeps you from ever getting a job because you possessed small amounts of marijuana.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, could I make sure I said adopt the amendment? Obviously, I meant strike the amendments.
Yes. And if you want to leave anything you have in writing, that'll be great. And we'll go ahead and allow the gentlewoman to leave since she's now had a chance to have the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your courtesy.
Yes, ma'am. And thank you for taking time to be with us. I know you were here for a long time, and I'm trying to respect that. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ranking Member Slaughter, all members. I'm also grateful for your indulgence, and I will very briefly summarize my amendment, leave the testimony for the record. I do appreciate the chance to take a few minutes to ask you to consider an amendment. It's a simple and straightforward amendment. What I'm proposing is that in this omnibus bill, we provide the Department of Homeland Security with not a short-term CR, continuing resolution, but a long-term, a full-year continuing resolution. And that continuing resolution contain adjustments, sufficient adjustments to bring the bill's total amount up to the numbers, up to the level in the omnibus bill or the bill that has been prepared for the omnibus, and to provide the Department with sufficient flexibility to address the needs and priorities identified in the House and Senate Homeland Security bills. In other words, a full-year CR with sufficient anomalies, as we call them, to address the needs of the Department as they've been identified by our appropriations committees in the House and Senate over the course of preparing this bill. This would provide the certainty of full-year funding to the Department of Homeland Security, and it would give the Secretary the ability to protect the country in ways that he needs to, from terrorist threats, to secure our borders, to enforce immigration laws, to continue to recapitalize the Coast Guard, and so forth. I know, colleagues, this is not the best course of action. It's not my first choice. The Homeland Security Bill has been completed in both chambers in a bipartisan way. It's been written in a bipartisan way in both chambers. It's ready to go. It's ready to go right this minute. And I've really not heard any good line of reasoning, coherent line of reasoning that would justify anything less than enacting the full-year bill. But limiting DHS to a short-term CR in the underlying agreement is certainly a bad idea. It will limit the ability to aggressively move ahead with the Secretary's southern border campaign. It will create uncertainty regarding ICE's capacity to detain and deport dangerous criminals, to transfer unaccompanied children to HHS for humane treatment. It would delay needed procurements, potentially included acquisition of the 8th National Security Cutter. It would delay needed security upgrades in the White House complex to prevent fence jumper intrusions and so on. I realize the tactical intent in enacting only a short-term CR, or at least I know what's been in the press about that, about the desire to keep the administration on a short leash, so to speak, so that early next year there can be pressure exerted to deal with the President's executive order, perhaps to reverse it. But I don't see how this is going to play out in any way that's really positive for the Homeland Security function. Maybe there'd be an attachment to the renewal of this funding in late February, an attachment dealing with the executive order. Then you could have a Senate filibuster, you could have a veto, you could have a threatened shutdown of the Homeland Security Department. I don't see how that is an outcome that really meets anyone's objectives. So this is what I'm suggesting, and I'm joined in this by the 4 minority members, 3 additional minority members of the Homeland Security Appropriations Subcommittee. Our preference is for a full-year DHS funding bill to be part of the omnibus package. That was negotiated in good faith on a bicameral, bipartisan basis. It addresses the most pressing needs of the department. Short of that, I urge the committee to permit consideration of this amendment so that we could have a year-long CR with the kind of adjustments to let the department meet its needs. With that, Mr. Chairman, I will submit the balance of my statement for the record, but I appreciate the chance to present this idea.
Mr. Price, thank you very much. I'd like to, if I can, quickly just go to the committee and see if they have questions for you. I told you earlier we try and get you in, try and get you out, and we're attempting to do that now. Is there a Democrat that has any questions? I thank the gentleman. Is there any Republican that has a question? Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate Mr. Price being thoughtful about how to sort through this. You mentioned that you didn't see how this was going to play out in a positive way for the Department of Homeland Security. I don't dispute that at all. Is it any surprise to you, though, once the President did what he did in the complete absence of any kind of legislative action, that we are here? Do you see this playing out any other way? I think it's tremendous uncertainty that is created by this, but I feel like we're playing defense to stop that uncertainty, not creating that uncertainty.
Well, we don't need presumably to debate the executive order. That's not what you're asking me here, and I won't do that. I will tell you though that yes, I am surprised by this tactic. I think there are many ways for people who disagree with that executive order and the policy that it's attempting to implement. There are going to be many ways to address that and deal with it. It seems like a very odd move to me to freeze the Homeland Security Department's funding for several months as a way of doing this. I mean, if this is about border security, if this is about immigration enforcement, then why would you cut hundreds of millions of dollars from immigration enforcement? It really does defy logic.
Yep.
So yes, I think it's a surprising tactic and an unwise one, and that's why I'm proposing that we do something different.
I I must say I intend to oppose the gentleman's amendment, but I would love to have his counsel, having been here 4 years, where the only tool we had to use was the appropriations tool. I would love to explore with you what some of those other tools might be that we should use going forward, because goodness knows it is a tiresome tactic to have to come back to the Appropriations Committee as our only line of defense. And again, I thank the gentleman for being here and the thoughtfulness of his amendment. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back his time. Further questions from the committee? I thank the gentleman. To answer your question, I think what at least I'm trying to do, I'm not really so much concerned about the money. I'm real concerned about the policy. And the policy has a lot to do with your ability to control through money. And so what we're trying to do on this side is to say we're going to fund it, we're going to have a discussion, we're going to see if we can figure out the right policy, and then we go forward. We are no way are trying to stop anything at the border, protecting the border, terrorists, special interest aliens, anything that we really do view that's a threat against this country. But what we disagree with is the policy.
I understand that, Mr.
I'm not trying to take you on at all, but that's, it's really not money, it's really policy, and that's what we're trying to get at.
There is a real danger, though, Mr. Chairman, if I may say so, of swinging one policy and hitting another.
Well, the gentleman makes a great point there, and that's why I have taken time, and I believe the Speaker has taken time to talk to the gentleman, Mr. McCall, the Chairman of the Homeland Security Committee, about these types of activities in the discussions that we've had. And you're going to hear me say in a few minutes that we're going to quickly take this action up in the new Congress. I appreciate you being here. Thank you, David, for taking time. I know you've been here a long time this afternoon. I appreciate the gentleman doing it.
Thanks to you and to the whole committee.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. We now are going to have what I would call the Mulvaney panel. And Mr. Price is going to leave. And what do you want us to call it, the Duncan panel?
Mr. Price is welcome to stay if you'd
Well,
like.
if he wants to stay. I note that there are any number of members around here, including the gentleman, Mr. King, including Mr. Helskamp, certainly one of our brand-new members, Dave. Anybody that chooses to, Mr. Price is going to leave. If you want to pull up a chair, I'm delighted, in fact, that you are here. And I'm delighted that you're doing this. I'll yield myself such time as I may consume for a statement. Dave, if you want to come sit there, or anybody, okay. I'd like to make one thing very perfectly clear today as you join us, and that is that at the onset of this panel, I want to let you know that I, too, firmly am opposed to the President's actions that he has taken. I believe what is called the Executive Amnesty Plan is exactly that, and I'm disappointed, do not support it, and believe we should do something about it. Let me repeat that the President's immigration proposal, I believe, are unwise. I believe they're unlawful. I do not support them, despite what you may read in leading-edge blogs around the country. I've not changed my position one bit that I have held over a number of years. I've openly talked, but I've also openly defended my party, the party of Abraham Lincoln, Teddy Roosevelt, and Ronald Reagan. And when people show up at this committee, it's my responsibility and my duty to protect our conference as people come here. There are some people who'd like to take out of context my comments. I don't like that. You wouldn't like it either. You would not like to be treated that way, and I don't intend to do that to you. So I'm going to simply say that as we go through this process, it requires everybody's ideas. Some I agree with, some I disagree with. But I believe that those who are in this country illegally can pose a threat to this country. They can pose a threat because we don't know who they are. They don't follow the law. Some are people like what we had in Boston, 2 of the 30,000 special interest aliens. The rule of law must be upheld and applied regarding all the people that are here. There's a process. Sometimes we know all the processes, sometimes we don't. But with that said, I also believe that whatever we do, we must do lawfully. And a couple weeks ago, there was a question that arose, and a real question was asked by Senator Jeff Sessions, my very dear friend from Alabama, who asked for, in essence, an opinion from the Congressional Research Service. And they supplied him with a report, which I have here, and I'm sure every one of you have read. And the report very clearly laid out that, in fact, Congress can do something about the actions that the President took, even if it is a fund, a fee-based fund. However, I don't believe that they gave enough of an answer to where we all completely understood the answer. So I went back to CRS and received a letter, which each of you have received a copy of. It was talked about this morning in a conference. About 200 of us were there. And I asked CRS to further explain the process, and according to the information which they have put in writing, that to defund the President's actions, the underlying law in question would need to be changed. That means that as we had done in the past in appropriations process, that is called an omnibus, last year we went and changed 16 fee-based programs with agreement with the Senate, and they were changed, and the President signed that. The same would be required under this action. It is a fee-based plan, and the fee-based plan can change. We can make it an appropriations and be responsible for it. But as CRS said, that would require the House, the Senate, and the President agreeing to that. Therein lies the problem. So I just want to make sure that as we speak about all this, that you would understand I have the same concerns, and I believe every member of our committee does. Every member of the Rules Committee has spoken with me about this disdain for what the President did. The question then becomes, what do you do about it? Today in the Washington Examiner, they really weighed in on this issue and took what I would call the Jeff Sessions CRS question and answer and the Pete Sessions question and answer from CRS. And they examined and reminded us that the White House would have to agree to it, and the Senate would, by tomorrow night. And if we put it in the bill, that what it could mean is a weapon that would be played back against us. So before we get started today, I would like to acknowledge and thank each of you for accepting my offer to come up and spend at least a full hour with me today. For you to offer not just an explanation, but to, once again, a dialogue, not of frustrations, but of expectations. And each of you to a person expressed to me things which I so strongly agree with. But I will tell you tonight as we get started that the difference that I believe I have is not the policy and not the amendment, because Mr. Mulvaney has given us an amendment that works perfectly well. I've asked the Rules Committee staff, does this get it done? And I'm pleased to tell you that I will guarantee you that the Rules Committee in the new Congress, in the first 2 weeks, before we go to our conference session where we all go off campus and we develop our plans for the year, we're going to have a Rules Committee meeting. We're going to bring back the Mulvaney amendment, which I completely agree with, and we are going to be able to use the sustaining new members that are 9 new members of the Senate to where they can then judiciously take this act up, and it will actually get a hearing. It will actually be talked about by them as a body as opposed to ignored or used as a weapon against anybody that is opposed to shutting down the government in the next day. I appreciate you, and I want to express to a person, Mr. Huelskamp stuck around, and we spent some time and actually found not just common ground, a lot of it. So I want you to know that your testimony tonight, you're standing up for what you believe, is very important. It's important to myself. It's important to these committee members. I'm delighted that you're here. But Mr. Mulvaney, I want you to know that regardless of what your argument is tonight, we're going to accept the amendment by the second week of January. And we're going to come back here, so I hope you do well enough to get invited back. And your testimony tonight means a whole lot to the members on this committee. And we're going to include new members of Congress who have been elected, and they will have a chance to come fight this battle. And that's what people have asked for, and new senators. But I will assure you that you will have a chance with a Rules Committee chairman and a committee that strenuously believes that next year is the time to do this. I hope this helps your argument as you muster yourself here together. I don't think you need a lot of help because I'll tell you, you've got it down. I'm delighted that you're here. Anything you have in writing, we'd love to see. I'd also like to, without objection, what I have spoken about, these articles, including the 2 CRS articles and the article that appeared today from the Examiner. I'm going to put them in the record. I'm delighted that you're here, and the gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity. I know that we all do appreciate the conversations we've had during the day today as well. It's nice to know that we can sit and talk these things through in a reasonable and reasoned fashion. It's one of the things that makes me proud to be here from time to time. What I'd like to do is just very briefly introduce the amendment. It very simply defunds what we've referred to here as the President's executive amnesty. Yes, sir. And then defer to some of my brethren here for a few minutes. I will, at the opening, however, point out that we only drafted the amendment yesterday, and as of 3 o'clock this afternoon, we had 67 sponsors, co-sponsors already, and it is a broad swath of the Republican Party. So I think there's a great deal of interest in this across our party, and I'm glad that a lot of the ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if Cynthia stuck around or not, but had a chance to stay around and talk about this. So with that, I'll defer to one of the co-authors, Mr. Salmon, for a few minutes, and then just take it down the line if that's okay with you.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And being former Bellheads, I want to tell you how much I appreciate the relationship that we've had in your leadership on so many very important issues in this country, and I appreciate your service. Mr. Chairman, just want to do a little bit of an analogy. If there were a president of my party that were president of the United States right now or in the future, and I happen to be here, and he did something through executive order, say it, that I really like maybe taking the corporate tax rate from 39% down to 25%, which I'd walk on broken glass to get it done. But if he did that through an executive order, I would fight him tooth and nail. As the Speaker has said, it's not about the policy, it's about how it's done. Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution delineates that only Congress has the power to regulate immigration issues, naturalization. This President said no less than 20-some times that he did not have the constitutional authority over the last several years when he was asked. Otherwise, I believe he would have done it much earlier. When the President said in his speech when he announced this that it's wrong to rip families apart, then why did he do it for 6 years? Why were so many people deported if he had that authority all along? I guess the point that I'm trying to make is now we're being asked as members in 3 weeks to raise our hand to the square to say that we will work to protect the Constitution against all enemies, both foreign and domestic. I believe that this President violated the separation of powers and the Constitution by doing what he did. It's not about the policy. Because I'm one that's actually said before, and I'll say it again, that I think our immigration system is broken, and I think it does need some fixes. But to do it like this is wrong. When President Nixon did some of the things that he did, it was Goldwater from my state and the minority leader, John Rhodes, both Republicans, that went to him and said it's wrong because they defended the institution. We should be standing up and defending the institution itself and the separation of powers and the Constitution. And I have a real problem voting to enable something that I believe, or fund something that I believe is unconstitutional, even for 24 hours, Mr. Chairman. And that's why I'm here to support the Mulvaney Amendment. Thank you. Yield back.
Mr. Mulvaney, who would you choose to have next? Mr. McLaughlin, gentleman from California is recognized. By the way, if any of you have anything in writing that you'd like to put in the record, we'll allow you to do that, and I'll keep the record open for till Friday to get you to do that. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the dialogue that you've initiated on this. It's been very, very helpful. I'd simply make the point that the people spoke loudly and clearly in the election conducted on November the 4th. It was one of the most remarkable elections in recent history. 9 U.S. Senate seats shifted along with the majority to the Republicans. That is the undisputed will of the American people. That Senate will be seated in just 3 weeks. So it seems to me it's disrespectful to the voters in this lame duck session for us to lock in a spending plan for the next 10 months with a Senate that has been so recently and so completely repudiated by the American people. I would urge the committee to bow to the will of the people, adopt a short-term CR that would protect us against any threat of a government shutdown, to put this issue into the freshly elected Senate where the will of the people can actually be expressed on all spending measures over the remainder of this fiscal year. We should not have the cold, dead hand of the old and repudiated Senate guiding this Congress for the next 10 months. Once that's done, and a government shutdown is completely off the table, the Mulvaney Amendment before you offers a clear path to what this Congress must do to restore that separation of powers that is the very foundation of the American Constitution. That's our responsibility as an institution to restore. The Mulvaney Amendment restores the power of the purse that has lapsed in recent years. And it is that power that I believe will restore the separation of powers that is the fundamental architecture of our Constitution and that has protected our freedom for 225 years.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to yield a few minutes to Mr. Duncan.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start off by saying you showed exemplary leadership in your earlier comments, and I appreciate what you do for this body. I've thought a lot about this, and why are we here on a spending bill, a CR, and an omnibus, when really the issue of the day is the Constitution. The men of 1787 could have set up a lot of different governments. They could have anointed a king. George Washington was really popular. They could have made him a dictator. They could have vested power within themselves, a small group of men or an oligarchy. They didn't. Instead, they set up a government with clearly defined separation of powers. They set up a republic, if you can keep it, according to Ben Franklin. A government that's lasted longer than any other form of government in the history of mankind. Think about that. The issue before us is less about immigration and it's less about perceived amnesty or what the memo says or the memo doesn't say. It's more about the crossing of a sacred line that delineates power and separates power in 3 branches of the government. This document that I carry in my pocket spells that out. There are 17 enumerated powers that the legislative branch has, not the executive branch, not the judicial branch, that we have. And that's the power to make law. The legislative branch creates law, not the executive branch. And I feel like that line's been breached with this memo. Regardless of how we feel about the specific issue. And in the past, when the legislative branch has disagreed with the executive branch, they've used the power of the purse. Because only we have the power to appropriate money. That's why we're here on this bill at this time, on a CR or an omnibus or a cromnibus or whatever we want to call it. It's a funding bill And with the power of the purse, I think we owe it to our constituents, and we owe it to the founders that wrote this document to say, no, Mr. President, or no, executive branch, you can't cross that line. You don't have the power to do that. And we're going to get your attention because we control the power of the purse. I appreciate the analogy that the gentleman from Arizona had. I hope we do have the fight in January, Mr. Chairman. I believe we will because I've got your word on it. I've got the word of other leadership. I'm ready for that fight. I personally think we ought to have it today. I think it's that important because our Constitution and the separation of powers continue to erode. And as a river erodes a bank, eventually that bank falls in. This Constitution and this government lasted longer than any others. I don't want to see it go away. I believe in it that much. I believe in this institution, the legislative branch in Congress, and why I ran. And I appreciate you giving me time. Many would say we're wasting the time of the Rules Committee by being here on an amendment that is set up, that is not going to pass Rules Committee and is not going to be part of this funding bill, and we're wasting time. But no, we're not, because it's that important. It's that important to set the stage for future fights or have the fight today, but the fight is coming. And I appreciate the gentleman. I appreciate the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Mulvaney, who showed leadership on this issue. I support the Mulvaney amendment. I hope the Rules Committee will because it's that important to me and my constituents. And with that, I'll yield back.
Well, thank you, gentlemen.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin for a few minutes.
Gentleman, Mr. Ribbles, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. I'm going to go a little bit of a different direction here, Mr. Chairman, and I really do appreciate the comments you made earlier. This American experiment that is now over 200 years old has been viewed around the world as the greatest example of democracy ever invented, ever created, and ever followed. And here we are at the center of democracy in a place that's become known as the People's House. The one place where democracy ought to reign supreme is right in this chamber here, not just in this committee, but on the floor of the People's House.
Just so much. Gentlemen, I would ask that you please not leave the room. We have heard from you, and I know we're rearranging the people who would be up here, but I'd ask that you have not been excused yet to allow the committee an opportunity, and I respect I know you respect me for that. So anybody like to join in, feel free to do that. Thank you very much. I'd ask that you please stick around until we've had a chance to answer back to you. Gentleman's recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was talking about democracy because I think it's really critically important that we don't fear it. And I asked this question rhetorically, what have we to fear of democracy? Throughout this afternoon, I've listened here as various amendments have been offered, some accepted, some not. But I wonder, what are we afraid of? In fact, if an amendment is found in order, the members get to take the card like this one that belongs to the American people, and the 700,000+ Americans that they represent finally get their say on the floor of this great institution. And sometimes amendments pass and sometimes they fail, and there should be no fear of either of those things happening. This country and this body have often had pieces of legislation fail on the floor of the House. And then what did its members do? They went and they found a different policy option. They went and changed things. They went and modified. They found a new compromise, a new idea, and brought that and passed it. That's democracy. We should not be in a place here in the People's House of all places in this entire country where that very concept is squelched. There's nothing wrong with us having a chance to say and give our voice to the people that sent us here. And what Mr. Mulvaney has done here is offered up an amendment, and what we're asking for is for democracy to prevail and to encourage you and your committee members to not fear it. It is good for us, and it is good for this great American institution. With that, I yield back.
Thank you very much.
Recognize the gentleman from Florida for a few minutes, Mr.
Paulson recognized.
So,
We welcome the gentleman to the Rules.
thank you.
You've spent a lot of time today in and around here, and I'm delighted that you're here with us.
Well, I enjoyed listening. And I come with full respect and humility to this group. I am troubled by the Cromney bus. First of all, it is too long. and we don't have proper time to consider it. Secondly, it funds a bad war that we shouldn't be in. And the third thing I don't like about it is that it doesn't contain the amendment for an executive decree that I think is unfair to so many of our workers at the bottom of the food chain. And so I would ask that we can consider the amendment and take more time so that we can have better consideration of the bill and more consideration of the American worker that's impacted by this decree. And so therefore I support Mick's amendment. Thank you.
Recognize Mr. Huelskamp for a few minutes.
Gentleman from Kansas is recognized. The gentleman, I might note, spent a good bit of time with me today, and I enjoyed every minute of it. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate opportunity to visit here today, and I know there's been a lot of discussion about various points. I'd like to touch on a couple points that have not been made. First of all, just a personal point, and I don't know, I'm not aware of any of my other colleagues, but I've had the opportunity to work in the immigration system. I have 2 adopted children that we adopted from Haiti, and I tell you, I really believe it's unfair, the President's executive amnesty, that for those that have followed the rules and followed the system, we're talking about millions of Americans now, and not just adoptive dads and moms, but they follow the rules. And with this executive amnesty, those still waiting in line are all bypassed. And I think that's patently unfair. It's also, I think it's also unfair to the 22.7 million Americans looking for a full-time job. This executive amnesty gives Social Security numbers, as we understand that, if it is permitted to go forward, to up to 5 million or more Americans. And again, I think that's unfair to them. But one thing I want to talk about, particularly the strategy, and I appreciate the Chairman making the pledge that we will take this up in January. Yes, sir.
Promise.
Yes, I appreciate that, the promise to take this up in January. What worries me, though, that the timing, the date that DHS will be funded through is February 27th. The executive amnesty, the timeline for the DACA portion of that is February 18th. It will be implemented. They will be moving forward as required under that order before February 27th. So try as we might in January, sending that to the President, he will not have to sign. He will not have to do anything until February 27th in terms of the whole reason that we're separating DHS. So February 18th versus February 27th, I do not know, and I visited with quite a few folks, well, how do you bridge that strategy and that gap? So I appreciate the promise to take that up in January 6th, 7th, 10th, 9th. Take your pick. February 18th is certainly before February 27th, and we've seen, I think many of us have seen, the folks at the agency have begun the process to hire 1,000 agents. That's going to continue, I believe. We're going to be funding that continued ability to implement this executive amnesty. So I fear that that will be too late by next year, but I do appreciate that promise. But the issue is also fairness for, I think for my constituents, is all I can speak for. They would like a vote on this. You know, our leadership has said tooth and nail we're going to fight this executive amnesty. The vote last week, I don't think qualified for that. This is our opportunity. And win, lose, or draw, I'll take the results if you would, Mr. Chairman, allow a vote on that in the next day or so. With that, I thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman, and your promise and willingness to work with us.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Gosar from Arizona.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. It's an absolute pleasure. But it's with a heavy heart that I come to talk to you tonight. You know, here we have a 1,600-page bill, and I heard the ranking member say as much. We've got less than 72 hours to even read this bill. There's no possibility to actually comprehend what we're putting in here. We slammed it down. We're rewarding a Senate who has taken up no appropriations bills. This is sad. As my friend and colleague from Arizona, Matt Salmon, said, you know, we're caretakers of a position that we've been giving. And hopefully I'm holding that line to make sure that I'm handing it to the next person with the highest due respect that is due to this job. But it also demands me to come forward to hold an executive branch, a president, accountable for the disdainful action that she took with a Homeland Security Secretary that despite looking diligently at trying to violate the Constitution, to bypass it. And here's a gentleman who is supposedly a constitutional scholar who violates us and pits us one against another instead of joining us together. How sad. How absolutely sad. But I cannot go forward without asking that we have a chance to vote upon this predication. Now, some people may say that he has the power to not prosecute. But in this mass, no way. That's not possible. But business has got to change in Washington, D.C. That's what America sounded off on in November. They want people to speak up for them. What's in it for America? What's in it for them? What's in it for their jobs, their communities? This is a whole lot of nothing. And this is sad. So I rise in support of Mick Mulvaney's amendment. I want to see us have the courage to put it in order and take the courageous vote about where do we stand within the Constitution, each and every one of us. Time's up. We've been doing this way too long. And I thank the gentleman for giving me the time.
Yes, sir. I thank the gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, thank you for the opportunity. I also want to thank my dozen or so colleagues who've stuck around today to have their say. Also thank the 67 colleagues who co-sponsored this amendment in a very short period of time. I'll close by saying this, and I want to say something to my Democrat colleagues especially, but to everybody here. I know we will be attacked for attacking the substance. I can assure you that there are men and women on this amendment who disagree vehemently about different pieces of immigration. I can tell you, I've had conversations with Mr. McClintock. He and I have disagreements about how to handle immigration. Mr. Huelskamp and I disagree. There's a large spectrum of people on this amendment who have very different ideas about how we should fix our immigration. This is not about immigration. It is about the process. And I hope that we could all agree on a bipartisan basis that government by executive fiat is not a good thing for any of us. Mr. Salmon's analogy is not a red herring. It is not a hyperbolic example. It is the template. We know what the template is now. That in the future, a president, pick a name, Rand Paul, Rick Perry, is faced with a division between the House and the Senate that cannot get along and cannot work, and stands up on television and says, since the House and the Senate cannot act, I will. And since I want to have tax rates at 25%, I'm instructing the IRS not to collect taxes above 25%. My guess is you would be as upset about that as I am about this. And I want you to know, I support that policy. If that were to happen when I would still be here, I would be here again making the same amendment because the process is wrong and the process is flawed. I hope everybody agrees that it is not good for either party or the country to have that type of government. I hear the chairman, and I respect the chairman and accept the arguments regarding having this fight in 3 weeks or in 3 weeks or 3 months. And I appreciate the political realities that we face, not having control of the Senate on our party until after the first of the year. But if we do not take a stand now, even if we lose, doesn't our argument in 3 weeks or 3 months or 3 years get that much weaker? If we don't take the stand now, even if we lose, I think it hurts us as we go forward. Whatever the message was, Mr. Chairman, of the November election, and I've heard from people all across my district. Some people tell me the message is that we should get along better and work harder together. Some people say it's that we should push back harder against the President. I don't know what the truth of that is. My guess is it's different things to different people. I tell you what the message was not. The message was not, my goodness, we need government by executive authority. And what I want folks to know, and what I think everybody who's co-signed on this amendment, and even those who haven't had a chance to do it yet, I think what people need to know is that we hear folks back home that the message was not we need more executive authority, and we hear that, and we are as angry as they are. And that's why we offered the amendment. That's why we come here today. That's why we sat here for the last 3.5 hours to make this argument. We hope that we have that chance to take that stand as early as possible and as aggressively as possible, and we hope you see fit to give us that opportunity tomorrow. If not, we'll take it in January when we come back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mulvaney, I'd like to let you know that perhaps Mr. Gomer intended to join you. He has joined, he's come in here. If the gentleman would wish to be a part of that, of the gentleman would be encouraged. Then we will treat that separately, and I thank the gentleman. Thank you for each of your testimonies and you taking time to be with us today. I will say, back to the group, not saying anybody said it, but at no point did I say, if you do, I will. You may do what you choose, and I've told you what I'm going to do. So it was always a straight-up deal. And Mr. Salmon's acknowledging that because this is true. I'd like to just, without asking you questions, because I don't think that's what I'm trying to accomplish, I'd like for you to remember that the American people did elect 9 new senators and a bunch of new House Republicans. They take office January the 5th. That's the process. January 6th. I may be early. I'm so fired up about this. I will get here a day before, and I thank the gentleman for reminding me. I'm fired up about that. But that's the process. Whether we like it or not, that we knew before the election it would be sometime in January, and that's when it happened. Secondly, it would be unfair for anyone to characterize your vote if you, regardless of how you voted, but that if you voted yes, that you were voting for this amnesty program, because in fact, until the House, the Senate, and the President all come to an agreement, the government could be shut down tomorrow, and that would continue. That is not even impacted in here. So I'd love to encourage you, please know, no matter what happens, you're not voting for that, even if you vote for the bill. Number 3, I respect a group of people, including new members and perhaps a member that may not be coming back, but who is fired up, Michelle Bachmann, about what she believes is her duty all the way to the end to come and petition the Rules Committee. I've tried now for the years to make sure any member that wanted to come up here could come up here. The only thing I ask is that you respect us all. We'll respect you, but I'd like for you to respect us. But I want you to know that this is a difficult position because as a process guy, and that's what the chairman of the Rules Committee is, that's what Mrs. Slaughter was when she was the chairwoman of the committee, she looks at all the legislation, not just one piece of the legislation, all of it. And huge pieces of this have been handled by the Rules Committee and voted on the floor. So there may be some bit of pages that have not been vetted, but it would be unfair to say the whole bill we didn't have a chance to look at or vet or know or understand. Because I believe a lot of it we have. That's not against you, that's just what I believe is fair. And the last part is that we are, whether we like it or not, on a timetable. And I worked for a big company for a lot of years, and there were some times that there were time frames, and sometimes you could slip them, and sometimes you can't. This is the law. And we're given till tomorrow night, and the United States Senate couldn't even begin to turn around our understanding of what we're asking us to do if we do something that is extraneous to the process that's been agreed to. You can vote the way you want. I'm not going to try and talk you into it or out of it, but what I want you to know is we've got a timetable. So I will make sure, and I have talked to the gentleman, the majority leader, Mr. McCarthy. He came up to the office earlier today. I think Mr. Mulvaney walked in. He looked at the Rules Committee, and he knows the conundrum we're all in. We all support the Mulvaney Amendment. The success of a rain dance has a lot to do with timing, and we're after this being successful, not after fighting a fight that we'll say later, boy, we can't go back to that. And if the government, if something happened where the government got shut down as a result of this because it was never going to be successful, then we might not come back to it. And we might not be able to prevail on the issue because the time before we should have learned our lesson. This is like putting your hands on a hot stove. I believe what the President did is wrong, but there is a process to go through, And the way you get it done, just in my opinion, I've expressed to you, is to follow a process where you stand a better chance of making it happen. And that will be a chance that is next year when 9 new senators and a bunch of our colleagues are here. So this is where I am. And the committee is looking to your viewpoint here and my viewpoint, because they're going to have to make a vote here too. And I have looked at the committee and told them that I forthrightly listened to you and tried to do the things, and I've tried to talk what I believe are common sense principles, and that is, if we want this to happen, I will guarantee a vote this next year. In the first 2 weeks we're back, we can follow a process, and the success will stand a better chance. And I'd like to not accuse you of anything, and I'd like for you to not accuse me of anything, of not being fair or anything else, but that's my viewpoint. I would yield to the gentlewoman from North Carolina for any comments she would choose to make or any questions she'd like to ask. Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you have done an excellent job of presenting to our colleagues the position that members of the Rules Committee are in, and what I think is a way to move forward successfully. And I appreciate your taking the time to do that. I appreciate all my colleagues. I agree with the chairman. I'm not in favor of what the president's done. I've spoken against it. I've written against it. I agree completely with the concerns that you have. But I do believe that there are processes we can go through that will make us successful, and there are processes we can go through where we will fail. And I'm much more in favor of success than I am in failing. And when I see a way to go forward successfully, then I want to use that process. So I appreciate all of you being here, and I want to say I look for us to have success in this effort. And I carry a copy of the Constitution with me, too, everywhere I go. I cherish it as much as anybody in here. And I am not going to do anything, I believe, that is going to diminish the role of that document in our country and in our lives. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. I would like to associate myself with the gentlewoman's comments, and I'm sure I will with others. But we have been placed in a position to have to think a lot about this over the last couple of hours, as you have also. The gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to prolong this, but I do want to say to my friends here that it should come as no surprise to you that I totally disagree with you on the substance. And I think if you want to do something on immigration, we could have passed a bill and done something, whatever it was. I'm sure I would have had differences with it. But putting that aside, while I disagree with you on the substance, I don't disagree with you on the process. I mean, this should never be acceptable under any circumstances, no matter who's running the House of Representatives. I have no idea what's in here. Every minute I find out a new tidbit, but this is not a process that I think anybody should want to endorse. Number one. Number two, I think that it's important, as we're all talking about, everyone's holding up their constitutions, to remember that one of the responsibilities that we have comes with the issue of war. We are at war again, and we have not authorized, we have not passed an AUMF to go to war. So, and I have tried in this committee on numerous occasions to allow there to be votes on the House floor so that we could all vote whether to authorize this action or not, to do our constitutional responsibilities, and have been routinely shut out. But what frustrates me about this conversation is I think all of you have voted for those rules. And so, I think this is a place where important issues ought to be debated, even issues I disagree with. But I think we ought to be consistent here, and there ought to be a move as we move into the next Congress to appreciate that, that sometimes you got to support amendments to express a point of view that you may disagree with. I don't have any, I agree with the President. I'm glad he did what he did. And, if you want to debate it, that's fine with me. But I'm worried that we're going on recess, and we've got 3,000 troops deployed in Iraq, and every utterance I hear out of the White House is that we're getting closer and closer to a combat mission, and we are going home. So I couldn't let this moment pass without making that observation. I think we ought to have a more open process, and as we end this session, this is the most closed, we have the most closed rules in the history of Congress in this session. That's the distinction. And I don't think that that's something we want to repeat in the next Congress, even with you guys in charge, and I yield back right time.
Gentleman yields back his time, and I appreciate the gentleman for his polite comments. The gentleman from Utah is recognized. Gentleman does not seek recognition. Gentlewoman from New York, seek recognition. Gentlewoman does not seek recognition. Gentleman from Oklahoma, the chairman, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make 2 points. First, to my friend, and he is my friend on the other side of the aisle, we agree. This is not a good process. This is not where we want to be. But let's be clear. We are here because the United States Senate, under Democratic control, did not pass a single appropriations bill this year. Not one. We cannot conference, we cannot do things if they don't do their job. We gave them 7 different chances to pick up a bill that this body had passed, often in bipartisan fashion, and they didn't do it. They just simply didn't do it. So that's why we're here. That's why our friends are frustrated. They're here offering them. I certainly yield to my friend.
They give us a week to read it.
Well,
that would approve of.
I didn't get to pick reclaiming my time, and if my friend needs more time, I'm more than happy to give it to him. A lot of this is not new. A lot of it was in the bills we passed, but my friend raises a legitimate point. But let's recognize why we're here, because the other body didn't do their job. We tried to again and again and again, on a bipartisan basis, by the way. This is not a Democratic failure in the House, but this is a leadership failure, in my view, in the United States Senate, and that's why we're here, and that's creating a lot of problems and consternation for all of us. To my friends who've testified, and I apologize, I had another meeting to go to, but I think I know the gist of the testimony because we had the opportunity to visit generally. I'm going to recall a number of incidents in my misspent youth, which was badly misspent. Some would argue my adulthood has been misspent, but my youth certainly was. And I learned the hard way that if you're going to start a bar fight or be in a bar fight, make sure you got as many of your friends in the bar at the same time as possible. I would suggest to you that in January, we have a lot more friends in this fight that have the same point of view and the same concerns, and I just think we'll be more successful. But I respect what you're doing. I really do. I mean, I think the fact that we're having this discussion is helpful. The fact that people have different opinions, can express them, is fine. I don't have any problem with that. But at the end of the day, this committee's charged with making a tough decision. And I think we'll see what we do. But at the end of the day, I know one thing. As a Republican, as somebody that has the same concerns about presidential overreach that I know each and every one of you have, it's got a lot more help in January than I have in December. So that yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Florida, Judge Hastings, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Chairman. My takeaway from this is I wish that I had been a fly on the wall at the Republican conference. It seems that there's been an active discussion, which I appreciate. I'd like just to correct the record, Mr. Chairman, and with no offense meant, when you began your remarks, you commented that all of the members of the Rules Committee had spoken with you about the amnesty measure that you claim is what the President has done. And I just wanted to make it clear that I think you were talking about all of the Republican members. Yes, sir. Yes.
In fact, you're correct. I have spoken a number of times with Mr. Polis, and I was not in trying to reference that. That would be the Republican members, and the gentleman is correct. And I thank the gentleman for his kindness in pointing that out.
Yeah, I yield to Mr. McGovern. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Just one kind of point I also want to make is that we can blame the Senate all we want, but the Senate has nothing to do with whether or not we in this Congress have a vote to authorize a war or not. We can do that on our own.
Yes, sir.
We don't need the Senate. I thank the gentleman.
All right.
I thank the gentleman for his comments. The gentleman from Georgia seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized.
Many of my favorite people in the Congress testified here today, and I think this is the beginning of something very different for us as a conference and for us as a Congress, and I think it bodes. I think it bodes well. I think it bodes well, Mr. Chairman, for your commitment to make this happen, not to talk about it, not to put together a study group on it, not to enlist counsel on it, but to get it done next year, and I'm grateful to you for that. I'd like to ask Mr. Mulvaney, because I'm hearing from a lot of constituents, talking to a lot of folks, the tool we've had in our toolbox for the last 4 years that you and I have been here in Congress has been to defund something. Whenever we don't like it, we cut off the funding for it. That's what defund has come to mean. If we just shut down the Department of Homeland Security tomorrow, do you think that will prevent the president from doing what he is doing?
No.
No.
In fact, I'm fairly certain that it won't.
I share that concern, and if there is something again powerful coming out of what you're doing here, I think folks are having that conversation. At least back home in Georgia, for the first time in a long time, they thought, "Golly, I thought Congress had the power of the purse. I thought they could just turn off the spigot." But when you have a president who's relying on fees, who doesn't much care what Congress says, is just going to go and find the money in different pots anyway, you have to do more than turn off the spigot, which is what the Mulvaney Amendment does. It changes the law quite apart from the spigot. Am I understanding that?
Well, if your question is, would a government shutdown accomplish anything that you and I would like to accomplish, the answer is unequivocally no, it would not. And I don't think anybody is here promoting a government shutdown. I think if you wanted to get into the tactics of it, the argument would be that this is a must-pass piece of legislation, for better or for worse. And since that vehicle is so often to use things that used to pass things that conservatives don't like, it might be nice to use it a couple times to pass things that conservatives like, such as defunding the executive amnesty. So your point is well taken, and like I said before, I recognize the political realities of not being in control of both houses and the White House. But I also, at some point, Mr. Woodall, believe that there is value in having a fight for the sake of having the fight. That may not be this time. We may not agree that this is the time, but I do agree with that principle generally.
Well, and that is the other thing that comes out of this conversation. So often, as the chairman knows, we're in conversations where folks say, "I'm afraid I don't want to take a tough vote. I don't want to be put on the hook for that." What this group is saying is sometimes, in fact, Mr. Ribble said it specifically, what democracy demands is a vote. And to the degree you win that vote, you lose that vote, that's up to the people who are advocating it to go out there and round those votes up. But that having the debate on the floor of the House and losing is not losing. It's a victory for democracy. It is a loss for whatever the bill of the day was, but for the 700,000 people we represent back home, we call that victory, that the process has worked.
Many of us here tonight have taken the position, either to our conference or to the larger body in the past, that we'd be more than happy to vote for things that are less than perfect as long as we could participate in the process. I can't imagine a single member in this room of any party, either party, who ran for office under the mantra, "Please vote for me so I don't have to take any hard votes in Washington."
You may have heard the gentleman from Florida say it earlier. He said a broken process is going to create a broken product. To paraphrase him, that yes, a flawed process, flawed product. Thank you. There is opportunity here, not here, but here to do that differently. And again, what I saw happen here, and it wouldn't have happened without Mr. Mulvaney's leadership, and it wouldn't have happened without folks who are willing to say, I'm gonna do it. Period. It wouldn't happen, Mr. Chairman, without your leadership either. But it is different from what I have seen in 4 years here. That having a process that lets you get from here to there isn't something. It's absolutely everything. Having a vote and an opportunity to vote defined as a success isn't something. That's everything. I think about when we got here in 2011. I think it was January 2012, the first time the president said, "I don't much care what the Constitution has to say. I'm going to go ahead and appoint my appointees to the National Labor Relations Board anyway. And we would have had conversations amongst ourselves, those of us who were here 3 years ago, now about how it is that we're supposed to stop that. And here we were 26 months later, we hadn't been able to do a thing. We couldn't even get a defund National Labor Relations Board bill across the floor of the House. We couldn't even get that done amongst ourselves. It took the Supreme Court unanimously to step in and solve that problem for us. And shame on us that it takes the court to do it, that we didn't stand up to do it, that we didn't stand up and do it, not the Republicans here, but all of the folks who serve in Article 1. I'll close with this, Mr. Chairman. It's Mr. Byers' opinion as he wrote for the majority in that case, and he said the recess appointments clause was not designed to overcome friction between the branches, that friction between the branches was an inevitable consequence of our constitutional structure. When folks are taking the shortcuts that erode that friction, they're not solving a problem, they're creating one, and I'm grateful to these members for doing everything that they can for it not to happen on our watch. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Colorado is
Thank
recognized.
you. And we had some of this debate, was it last week, with regard to the executive actions, and at that point I submitted to the record the opinion of the Office of Legal Services. The President asked whether this was legal. It was determined it was. A letter from over 100 legal scholars. And I think it's again, this was not the preferred approach of this President. This was not the preferred approach of the Democratic Party. Apparently, it's not the preferred approach of the Republican Party either, based on the people being upset with the use of prosecutorial discretion. The preferred approach was a legislative one. That's the only one that can provide a pathway to citizenship for people who have been here illegally. But the President has specific statutory authority to engage in prosecutorial discretion. In fact, the administration has to. Congress is forcing the administration to engage in prosecutorial discretion because there's 11 million people here violating our law. Could be 10 million, could be 12 million, we don't know. Congress hasn't given law enforcement or the President the ability to enforce that law. So the President has to use the enforcement resources we have, and it can either be determined by field offices in an ad hoc manner, or it can be determined according to some reasonable scheme that focuses on criminals, which seems to be a reasonable way to prioritize. But it's not anything that anybody wanted to do, and it really will be up to the Republican majority in the House and Senate to fix our immigration problem. As long as there are 11 million people here illegally, and in my state, I think there's maybe 450 beds for detention, something like that, and they subcontract to county jails. I mean, there's just there's no other alternative but to prioritize and use prosecutorial discretion. So that's what they're doing. The Senate did pass a bill that would have addressed this. You may agree with it, you may disagree with it, but the House unfortunately did not pass a single immigration bill. And that will be the real opportunity in the next Congress to address this issue. In the meantime, any president is going to do the best they can under impossible circumstances using their statutory authority. And that's exactly what the President did here. So I sure hope that the discussion in the next Congress is what can we do to address our broken immigration system, restore the rule of law, and you know, I hope the conclusion is similar to the Senate immigration bill, which, Mr. Chair, I'll be offering one last time. I'll be offering H.R. 15, which is the Senate immigration bill, as an amendment to this appropriations bill here today. I'll be speaking to that later. But I wanted to say that that's the real answer to this, and I'll yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I'm not trying to take the gentleman on at all, but we did pass a border bill. We did pass a border bill that dealt with pieces of immigration before we left in August.
One with regards to the, Mr. Chair, was that the one with regards to the young
That's correct.
Yeah. So
but we did
yes,
take some action. I'm not trying to take you on at all.
A very minor piece of it. I think we both agree on that.
I'm just trying to suggest to the gentleman that we did take the issue up.
Stand corrected. There was one.
Awesome. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to yield about 30 seconds or a minute or whatever it takes to Mr. Woodall.
I thank the gentleman. I just say to my friend from Colorado, who is one of my 4 favorite Democratic members on this committee. Every time you cite the Office of Legal Counsel at the White House as being a good and rational reason for why this president is doing what he's doing, I'm going to remind you that it was that same Office of Legal Counsel that told him unquestionably, undeniably, he could make those recess appointments just any old time that he wanted to. As you know from the lawyers that you hire, if you don't have a lawyer who tells you what you want to do, you fire that lawyer and you get you another one who will tell you that. It is not the president's responsibility to sort out constitutional questions. When it comes to Article 1 prerogatives, it's not the Supreme Court's responsibility to sort that out, though they do it in the failure of us. It is our responsibility, not the majority's responsibility, not the minority's responsibility, but our responsibility. It is precisely that kind of cavalier conversation about what happens at the White House that brings out the kind of passion that you're seeing here tonight. It doesn't look like we're on the precipice of solving this issue together. It looks like the divide is getting further and further as folks decide, you know what, if I can't get what I want in Congress, I'll just count on my president to do it alone. And I think that's dangerous. I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Well, I thank you, Mr. Woodall, but, you know, we have done so many things, and I want to go back to what the chairman had mentioned earlier, because we believe that the president has overstepped his bounds on numerous occasions, and so has the rest of the executive branch. You know, that's why we held Lois Lerner in contempt. That's why we held Holder in contempt. That's why, you know, and I brought those pieces of legislation through the rules process to the floor, but also in regards to litigating against the president, I brought that to the floor. You know, U.S. Freedom Act. All those things are about an overreach of the executive branch. And we've had that discussion, and I've invited my Democratic colleagues to say, you know, it's not just about a Democratic president, it's about any president or administration that oversteps their bounds. I mean, the Constitution's pretty clear in regards to separation of powers. And so I've tried to reach out and say, listen, if it's a Democratic president this time, it could be a Republican president next time, and what are we going to do? And just because past precedents have been that presidents have been able to use executive orders to really circumvent this body, when do you say enough's enough? And I think that's what we've been saying all along, and now I think we're going to get the help that we've so desperately needed in the Senate to do a lot of things that we should have gotten done with the help of the Senate. So, you know, I just want to let you know, I mean, all of us, at least on this side of the aisle, are pretty upset with the executive overreach of this president and the executive branch, and we're going to continue to do the right thing as we move forward. And so I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank those that are here today.
Thank the gentleman. Does the gentleman from Orlando, Florida is recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know exactly what to say, but I feel that I hope we're not over-promising anything, because I feel like, you know, we've failed in the past, we're going to fail again. But this is a body that I believe should operate independent from other bodies, including the Senate. We should do what we believe to be is right, and then whatever happens, happens. But to, you know, it disturbs me that when we thwart the process that we have here, because we're sent here to file bills and offer amendments and make speeches and so forth, and we do it within the context of this particular body. And then we take votes, and some of them are tough, and some of them are not so tough. But we came here to vote. We were given a card. Somebody, I think it was Mr. Ribble, showed his card, and it's got his signature on it, picture, and of course it's borrowed for 2 years. And the only thing that all of us have is a vote. That's it. I remember that, and I would suspect that Mr. Hastings remembered a speech that the longtime chairman here, if I can remember his name, from New York, who chaired the HEW, yeah. Anyway, there was a great speech given about what do you got in your hand? There's a vote. That's it. That's all we got. And I'm disturbed that we can't always exercise that vote. It does bother me a lot. I don't know exactly what to do about it. I don't want to be a pessimist. I'm a very optimistic person about everything, but I would say that I'm not so sure that any of that's going to change. And so just as Mr. King 4 years ago and Ms. Bachman offered an amendment on a bill in the first week of session after we gained a majority, and we were told we can't do it then. Are you back for the same one? I don't know. It's been 4 years and we still haven't done it. And so I hope that's not the case here. I do. I really hope we can actually take our cards, pull them out, and use them every chance we get for as many amendments as we offer. And I've said, over and over again, let's just start at 8 o'clock in the morning and work till 6 every night and work till we're done and take up every one of these issues every time we get a chance. And don't leave the most important issues to the end. Take them up first. I remember one time I learned my lesson about how legislative bodies work. When the state of Florida, the first bill they took up was the naming of the state pie. There's an important issue. And after midnight on the last day of session, we passed the budget, we passed a rewrite of the welfare laws, we dismantled the Department of Commerce and created a whole Department of Health, all after midnight with about 2 minutes of debate. But we did name the state pie. It was the key lime pie. I don't know. I hope that we're headed, and I hope Mr. Woodall's right, that we have a group here that have made a point, and I hope that point sticks. I do. And I hope that it is a change in the future, that these type issues, when they come up, we get a full opportunity not only to debate them, discuss them, but pass them. And I hope it comes up early. And the chairman's promised, and I appreciate that, of taking this issue up first. I think it is a very important issue, and I think we should discuss it before we ever get into any other things. And I'm hoping it will change. I'm, like I said, optimistic about that it will, but I will have to prove history wrong, because history tells you it's not going to change. So like I said before, power and principle cannot coexist. We either operate off principles or we operate off power. And the question is, which is it going to be? Yield back.
Thank the gentleman for his comments. Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Louisville, Texas, Dr. Burgess is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I won't take long. I do want to associate myself with Mr. Webster's remarks. I think they were very much to the point. Probably would differ on the choice of pie. But it has been frustrating the past 2 years. Just, it seems like we debate with ourselves until we can somehow intuit what will be acceptable to the other body. And I do hope that a new day is dawning with the swearing in of the next Congress, and I very much look forward, whether or not I'm still on the Rules Committee at that point or not, I very much look forward to that day. I'll yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Our panel has now heard from you, and sounds like you've heard from us. And I want to thank each of you for taking time to come by. I know you spent a lot of your day being here, and I pray for your success and want to thank you for taking time to do it the way you've done it. And I think you've brought credit on not only each other, but upon this body and the idea that you're trying to get done. And I thank each of you very much. This now ends this panel, and we'll call the next panel up. Thank you. Mr. Deutsch, if you'd please come on up. Mr. King, Mrs. Bachman, and Judge Gomert. I'm going to go, if I can, very quickly to, we may have to clean some of those glasses off there. I don't know if we need any more water for anybody. If we do, I'm sure you'll notify me real fast. We're still operating the same rules that we always have, and that is, I welcome you to the Rules Committee, each of you, for your thoughts and ideas and the reason why you're here. I would also say if you have anything in writing, without objection, anything will be entered into the record. And I'm going to go straight to Mr. Deutsch. Mr. Deutsch, we're going to try and take you all the way through the process. I know you've been here a long time.
I appreciate that.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Sessions, Ranking Member Slaughter, and fellow members of the Rules Committee. Thanks for the opportunity to testify you. testify before you today in support of my amendment that I introduced along with Congressman McGovern, Congressman Edwards, Congressman Sarbanes, Congressman Polis and Hastings as well, to strike Division N, Section 101 from this omnibus spending bill. The provision in question would allow the wealthiest donors in America to contribute an additional $648,000 to the national political party and congressional parties every single year. Indeed, this measure invites a tiny sliver of the American population to donate an additional $1.5 million per 2-year federal election cycle. That's the amount per person that this bill would allow the wealthiest few Americans to inject into our political system. Now, this provision increases the amount an individual donor can give to political party committees by over $1.2 million, an outrageous and exponential increase. The limits done away with by this provision were a centerpiece of the McCain-Feingold campaign finance reform laws passed by Congress in 2002 to address the widespread perception of corruption in our political party system. Now, I believe that most Americans would find it downright appalling that congressional negotiators saw fit to chip away at these landmark reforms in the middle of the night without debate and without even fair warning. Now, I know you've heard from many of my colleagues today who are disappointed with how we arrived at this bill, members on both sides of the aisle. Regardless of your views on the policy of these riders, the agreement in question today was struck in the middle of the night without public debate, without hearings, without a markup, and now without, apparently, an open rule. One explanation provided by some of my colleagues on this committee is that, well, you know, the bill's not perfect, that's compromise, there's some good, there's some bad, that's just the way we need to work together to get things done. I respectfully but deeply disagree with the suggestion that this is just a compromise. It's not a compromise. This Congress was not engaged in a debate over campaign finance issues that could potentially lead to a compromise. This was, quite simply, a sneak attack on our campaign finance system. It's a sneak attack on the American people at a time when poll after poll after poll shows that our constituents are losing faith in Washington's ability to put their needs ahead of well-connected and deep-pocketed special interests. If this House ever once hosted a debate on which of the McCain-Feingold reforms to toss out, which donation limits for millionaires and billionaires should be lifted, which money in our elections should be disclosed to the public, I'd have been there. Jim McGovern would have been there. Donna Edwards, John Sarbanes, Walter Jones would be there. Every member of Congress who has worked to restore faith in our democracy in the aftermath of the Citizens United case would have been there. The American people deserve such a debate. Now, the argument that I heard earlier today, that these changes to our campaign finance laws, getting rid of these limitations and increasing the amount that can be contributed, that they're necessary because presidential election campaign funds have been diverted to pay for pediatric cancer research, those arguments are disingenuous and they are offensive. If the majority would like to restore public funding for conventions, then we should consider that legislation on its merits. We've got the time. The next conventions won't be held for roughly 18 months. If funding of nominating conventions is a priority for the majority, then bring it to the floor in January. Let's have a debate and let's figure out how to do it. The American people already feel excluded from the legislative process. The integrity of our elections already suffered an enormous blow in 2014 when the Supreme Court ruled in McCutcheon that wealthy individuals have a constitutional right to exert more influence over elected officials than the people who elect them. We are witnessing an all-out assault on what was a bipartisan system of rules to reduce corruption and ensure that big money was not able to dominate our democratic institutions. When we arrive at campaign rules that are the product of secret bargains, it not only substantively contributes to more dominance by wealthy donors, but it proves our point. And finally, Mr. Chairman, you said earlier that because of the timing, we can't do things that are extraneous in this bill. I would submit that this entire process shows us that the system is broken, and I think that the people's House should vote on whether or not they want to make it worse. I yield back.
Thank you, gentleman, for his time. Gentlewoman, is there anyone on the Democrat side that would seek to
Mr.
Question.
Chairman,
Gentleman's
I don't have any
recognized.
questions, but I'm a co-sponsor of the measures offered by Mr. Deutsch, and he has spoken for me.
Thank you. Any member of the Republican side? Mr. Deutsch, your time was well spent. I know you spent a lot of time waiting over here, and it took us a long time to go through this today. Your time that you spent with us was well, so if you'll please make sure that you leave whatever you have in writing or enter into the record. And I want to thank the gentleman. You can spend the night here, do whatever you want, but we're going to move on. If the gentleman chooses to excuse himself, he may feel free to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members.
Yes, sir. Mrs. Bachman, welcome to the committee. We're delighted that you're here and with us tonight. Please make sure that that green light is on for you, and the gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and also the members of the committee, as well as the ranking member. It has been absolutely a pleasure to be here tonight and to listen to the thoughtful discussion regarding the Mulvaney Amendment, as well as your timely remarks and those of everyone on this committee. It's very clear to me that this committee is highly concerned with upholding the Constitution of our country, as well as making sure that every member is heard. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that message. I'm here tonight for one simple reason, and it's because, as I wrote just a few notes down, if you don't mind if I can read them, I think it's very clear that in this committee, I think this is one of the most important committees that we have in this Congress, that rules do apply to everyone, including the President of the United States. It's my opinion that the President will hurt the American people by his unconstitutional granting of work permits. And I think the President himself recognized that timing is everything. And the time, I believe, to stop the President is now, which is why I'm urging this committee to allow the vote on the Mulvaney Amendment, on the Gohmert Amendment, on the King Amendment. These are all good amendments. And I think the President himself demonstrated that he understands the importance of timing, because I think we saw that this fall, and that he cynically waited until after the election to announce his work permit order after the election results were in. He knew the American people were not in support of his actions, and that's why he chose that timing. Timing is everything. The President's also chosen not to deport lawbreakers. He has chosen to release criminal aliens on American streets. And now he will not only give away coveted, valuable work permits, but we understand that he's also opening access to our financially vulnerable Social Security system to illegal aliens. You see, timing does matter. We talked about the vote, and if there is a vote in January on either the Gohmert or the King or the Mulvaney Amendment to defund illegal unconstitutional work permits, my question is this: will the bill also include rescinding all of the work permits that the President will have already granted? Will it go backwards and pull those work permits into the net? That's why we're here. Again, because of timing. Why not publicly state now what will be our intent going forward in January? Because, as we all know, guaranteeing a Republican form of government, the public must have rule by law, not rule by whim. Because as everyone in this room believes, I believe Democrat and Republican, the rule of law matters in January, but it also matters today in December. It matters today because Mr. King and Mr. Gohmert and Mr. Mulvaney seek to prevent the unlawful distribution of unconstitutionally granted work permits. Why? Because the common man in this country and the common woman in this country, the American worker, will be the ones who are hurt by this granting of 5 million plus work permits. I want to thank you for what you're doing tonight. This is tough. But the President's actions were no surprise to any of us in this room, not one. We've known now for months that the President planned to audaciously take action to authorize these 5 million plus work permits in his own hands without the legal process. And so again, I urge this committee to take under advisement the issue of timing. Whatever this committee does, if the committee chooses to go forward and wait until January for a vote, I urge this committee to make sure that they also pull in the illegal work permits that will be granted by this administration before we're able to get around to preventing that action. And I thank you for your attention.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Mr. King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do thank the committee. You put a lot of hours here in this committee, and I know the public appreciates it well enough. I bring an amendment here to the appropriations bill, and some of the things that it does, it recognizes that I supported this date of December 11th as the deadline for the CR because the President was promising that he was going to issue his I'll call them lawless edicts that expand executive amnesty, perhaps, for the discussion here in this committee. He promised he was going to do that. It was one of the promises that he kept. I argued sometimes against my conservative colleagues who wanted to do a CR that lasted until perhaps next March, that we needed to have a way to stop his executive action if he took action after the election and before the permits were issued, and you end up with tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or perhaps a few million people that have been granted a card that tells them they get to stay in America and another card that says they can work in America. So this date of December 11th I thought was a wise date that was decided by our leadership, and I supported it for that reason, and I'm here to follow through on the very intent that I believe was the date, the reason we chose December 11th as the date. So my amendment does this. It says, we won some elections. The President has said to us, go win an election. And we did that. We had a wave election in 2010. We had a wave election in 2014. 15 new seats or so here in the House, 9 in the Senate, majority in the Senate. The people have spoken. But they didn't say to us, pick another time to fight. When this happens, this CR that I have is only until January 30th of next year, because we need to be able to hold funding back for who knows what else he's going to do. He's demonstrated clearly that he's not restrained, at least by his oath in the Constitution. And so what might he do if we have an omnibus bill that funds everything else with the exception of Department of Homeland Security? Then the President has an open book for funding all the way to September 30th, and then you can pick another fight later after that. But we didn't get to pick our time for this fight. This fight is now. He made the decision when he made the decision. So my CR goes to January 30th at funding levels of the December 11th CR, and it does something else that's important in addition to the Mulvaney Amendment, which I agree with in scope and philosophy that it brings here, but it does not address DACA and the Morton memos. So my amendment goes back to as far back as March 2nd, 2011, and it shuts off the Morton memos, which were bled into us one at a time, scattered throughout that spring and summer of 2011. Some of us raised an issue to that. Then the DACA memo came out. Some of us raised an issue to that. Others said, we'll fight later. And I organized meetings of some of the smartest constitutional minds that I could pull together. We did that at the Heritage Foundation. The lead on that was former Attorney General Ed Meese, who essentially took over part of that agenda. He was so engaged in it, and out of it came a lawsuit that's now known as Crane versus Napolitano. I have been defending this Constitution along the way, whether the rest of the conference or the rest of the country actually knew it or not, and I think my record's pretty clear on it. But this amendment goes back to DACA, and it shuts off the funding to implement or enforce DACA, shuts off the funding to the Morton memos. And by the way, I offered an amendment June 6th of 2013 to the appropriations bill that passed the House of Representatives with a vote of 224 to whatever it was. It enjoyed bipartisan support to the extent of 3 Democrats joining 221 Republicans on that vote. This House, this Congress, has twice voted to defund DACA. 2013, and then again in 2014 with the border bill that was discussed a moment ago. And so that's still not enough. The listing for the President's executive edicts, his executive amnesty that he issued on November 20th, is listed in my amendment, and it's listed also in the Mulvaney Amendment. But the Mulvaney Amendment is devoid of the broader catch-all language that says all the other messages that might be out there. The President has essentially changed law by a third-tier U.S. Treasury Department website in one of the Obamacare pieces of this. So we don't know what all he might have done.
We don't know what all he might do. So I wrote broader catch-all language so that we can at least defend the Constitution with regard to immigration and cover it all and shut off all the funding to that. And again, we didn't pick this time. The President picked this time. The gentleman from Oklahoma mentioned a bar fight. Sometimes you don't get to pick that time and go do your recruits. But while that's going on, they are hiring people today to accelerate the distribution of these permits that are created out of thin air by a president that knows very well he's violating the Constitution. I'd say also that my amendment, even though I got the last draft of this sometime around 3 o'clock, it has the support of on file of Mr. Gosar, Mr. McClintock, Mr. Labrador, myself, others who would come in if we had, could it be a UC request, Jeff Duncan, Paul Brown, John Fleming, Michelle Bachmann. I haven't had a chance to even talk to Mr. Gomer yet. But that's where we are on this. I just wanted the profound constitutional arguments that I've heard here in this Rules Committee are encouraging to me. I expected I would hear them at the Supreme Court level. And in the times I've sat in on those oral arguments before the court were not as stimulating as the things that I've heard from the members on this panel, and I congratulate you for that. But the time has come to stand on principle, to shut this funding off now, to give us an opportunity for the new Congress to be seated so that those reinforcements that we talk about can weigh in on the 2015 fiscal year as well as the 2016 fiscal year and have an opportunity to limit the funding along the way. And so I just remind us that we took an oath of office. Each one of us took an oath of office. And the fervor with which I've heard the conviction in this panel and some of the witnesses, in particular Jeff Duncan, if I could associate myself not only with his words but his passion on this Constitution, that's our oath, and we take it seriously. And when the President gives his oath of office, which is specified in the Constitution, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, so help him God, and he's required under the Take Care law to take care that the laws are faithfully executed, and he lectures us on that at least 22 times. I'm glad he did that. But he knows that he is wrong. And when the President doesn't abide by his oath of office, we have an ever more powerful command that we abide by ours. And it doesn't say, pick the time, wait till it's convenient, wait till next year, wait till reinforcements arrive, wait till it doesn't make you uncomfortable, or wait till it's politically expedient. You take an oath to uphold the Constitution, you do so. And just to wrap this up with an example, when I was in the state Senate, we had a governor that believed that he could legislate by executive order. And I was the only one that really believed that he was wrong, that I know of. But he issued an executive order that I believed rewrote the civil rights section of the Iowa Code. And my smart Republican lawyer said, you don't understand, Senator, at the time. You don't understand. This is very nuanced. It's smart lawyers that wrote this. And I said, well, what I understand is I take the language, I inject it into the written code, and I see that he has amended the civil rights section of the code. I did it the right way. I brought a bill to nullify his executive order, and it passed the House and passed the Senate, and he vetoed it before it ever had the final vote on it in the House. And then we failed in the veto override attempt. I reached into my kids' inheritance to hire the attorneys to go to court to nullify that executive order because I believe so strongly in this separation of powers. Succeeded in the case of King versus Vilsack. Anybody can look that up. 10 years later, they reversed that by statute. The House and the Senate in Iowa passed the same language that was the executive order of the governors 10 years earlier. It's in the Code of Iowa. I disagree with the policy, but you never heard a word about me because that was the voice of the people. We cannot have a president that operates as if he happened to be the emperor or the king. We've got to abide by this Constitution and stand by it and stand with it. He's picked the time for the fight, not us. We need to do it now. This amendment actually lets us do so and defend the Constitution. So I thank you for your attention, and I yield back.
Mr. King, thank you very much. Judge Goldberg, welcome to the Rules Committee. Gentleman's recognized.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And my dear friend Michelle Bachmann is much more gracious than I am. She said she enjoyed sitting through this hearing, and I'm not quite to that point yet. but my amendment, one page, very simple. I think we're better off with an amendment that is all-inclusive and would eliminate unlawful acts that have been done by the President by preventing money from going to them, just like the Congress did in 1974 to Vietnam, like the Congress did in the 80s of the any help to the Contras in Nicaragua. It just generally cuts off all funding for any type of executive order, memorandum, directive signed, created, or implemented by the executive branch on or after May 15, 2012 that relates to immigration, naturalization, work authorization for aliens, or the conferring of any benefit to any alien unlawfully present. And I'll tell you, I have gotten the impression that the inclination is to have a closed rule and not allow the amendment. But let me tell you, there are employers out there that need a vote on this. Under the law as it exists, we know the president's saying, okay, we're going to issue permits, but 8 U.S.C. Section 1324 makes it basically a crime to hire, recruit, or refer for a fee anybody that's an unauthorized alien. And there's a real legal issue there as to, okay, maybe the president gave you a permit, but is he going to sign a pardon for you if you hire people illegally? Folks need to know, and I think we can clarify that pretty quickly with a vote on this. Now, I do think it's better if it's general, you get specific, as some of my dear friends' amendments have. I think you create problems. And I know Mr. McGovern has indicated there's such a problem with all the closed rules, but I do recall in 2009 and 10, a record was set for closed rules, and I'm hoping that as this Congress goes out, we're not going to follow suit of the most closed rules that ever have been in that Congress.
You beat it already.
Have we already beat it? We really have. Well, gosh, then I hope we don't add to it tonight. Now, I think one of our problems has been, as was said earlier, one of my friends here on the committee, that we have not forced the Senate to take the tough votes that they should have to take on. And I think that gives a better indication to voters who's for what in the Senate. And I checked with CRS again. I thought I was right. I checked with CRS before I came in for the hearing. And it is possible for this committee to vote for a rule that would allow an amendment here, any or all of them, to be included. And if it passes, becomes part of the bill, goes down to the Senate, this committee has the power, according to CRS, to say, as part of the rule, that the Senate has the power to vote this particular provision out, but you'll have to take the hard vote and vote it out. And if you do that, then the CR can still go to the president without our language that we passed in the House. How? Because we've voted in the rule to allow that to happen. And I would just suggest it's time to quit trying to pass what we think the Senate might pass, negotiating with ourselves. Let's pass what we believe in, send it to the Senate, force them to take a vote on those things, and then there's no shutdown. But it allows our members to vote for the things they believe, forces the Senate to vote against the things they don't believe, and I think the process is much the better for that. And the reason we'd be willing to do that is if we have a short-term CR so that we get into next year on everything and get into next year, and then with a Republican Senate, we've got easier folks to negotiate with in the Senate. So that's why I brought the amendment. I think it works. I think you can allow that and still not have even any threat of a shutdown. Because, gosh, we took over the Senate, one more seats in the House, so I'd hate to think how many seats we might have won if we hadn't had a shutdown. Sarcasm, sorry. But anyway, I offer that for your consideration and hope that one or all of these will have a chance to go to the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got a question for you, Mr. Gomer. Who says they're going to do anything with what we do?
Well, that
What makes them vote on something?
if we send a short-term CR down to the Senate that funds everything,
Okay.
but has this provision, the only thing that says we're not funding the president's illegal actions in one of these amendments that's come up, and so there doesn't have to be a shutdown. You don't even have to agree with this, Senate.
But what happens, sir, if they don't decide to do anything?
Then even the most liberal lamestream media would have a hard time pinning that on Republicans in the House, because we gave them everything we wanted, everything they wanted, and they got everything. Everything would be covered in the spending in the short term, and if they don't like that one addition we had, they can vote it out. It ought to be pretty doggone clear who was shutting down the government if it gets shut down. It wouldn't be us. It'd be the Senate. They got everything they wanted. They can strip out the one thing they don't, and then it goes to the president. I think it would be incredible. But if they would like to lose more seats in the Senate, I think that'd be a great position to take for Harry Reid, because I guarantee you, if we sent that down there and they did that, there would be Democrats who would not be back again in 2 years.
Thank you. Mrs. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate our colleagues being here today, and I have no questions. Thank you.
I have no questions either, but Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas, Louise. Merry Christmas. I know this will be a tough.
Does any member of the panel, the gentleman from Colorado?
Happy Hanukkah.
Happy holidays. Happy Hanukkah. Does any member, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized? I'm sorry, Tom. I apologize. The gentleman in Oklahoma.
Well, that's all right. We're quite often overlooked by Texas. So,
Not at Christmas time, I didn't know.
Not at football season either. To my friend from Iowa, and I just want to clarify something, because there's nobody I hold in higher regard, honestly, than you. You've been my friend, my classmate, on my whip card for a decade, so we talk a lot. You talked very eloquently about, and appropriately in my view, about your sense of the oath that you took to defend and protect the Constitution of the United States. I'm assuming, and I'm sure I'm right on this, that you're not suggesting that any of us on either side of the aisle, even when we disagree, take our oath any less seriously about protecting and defending the Constitution of the United States. We may disagree about a policy, we may disagree about a tactic, but I know my friend would not suggest that any of us on this panel on either side of the aisle don't regard that oath as probably the most important commitment and oath that we've ever taken, and we take it very seriously.
Gentleman from Oklahoma, I thank you for the opportunity for that, to clarify this. And the reason that I expressed the depth and constitutional conviction that I recognize here around this panel was for that reason. And you all understand that, and I think that the debate here has been better than many that I've heard in oral arguments before the Supreme Court. And no, I wouldn't think to imply that you don't take that oath seriously. I would, though, suggest that we each have to interpret that oath, as we each have to interpret the Constitution itself. We don't rely upon necessarily the Supreme Court to tell us what the Constitution says. We rely upon our conscience to determine how deep we go and how we interpret the oath.
I respect my friend for saying that, and I know he believes that. But I just want to reiterate, if we come to a disagreement, and look, people on this panel and people in this Congress know how seriously I think about what I would regard our constitutional oath when we swear allegiance to the Constitution. You swear allegiance to Indian sovereignty whether you know it or not, because it's in there in Section 1, Article 8. Now, I have many people on both sides of the aisle in this Congress that disagree with me on Native American issues. I don't regard that they are knowingly or deliberately breaking their oath to the Constitution when we have a disagreement. So The gentleman, as always, states his case very well. I mean, literally, my friend, there's nobody I know is more articulate than you. But I just want to lay that out for the record, because I know you're not doing that. If we have a disagreement, it's not because anybody up here on either side of the aisle has a different level of commitment to their oath of office. They may see the issue differently, but they are all Democrat, Republican, liberal, and conservative, absolutely determined to defend, protect the Constitution of the United States, because they take that oath every 2 years and they mean it from the bottom of their heart. So I just wanted to give my friend the opportunity to clarify that if he thought it was appropriate.
And to the gentleman from Oklahoma and the rest of the panel, I do plead guilty to occasionally using superlatives and hyperbole in order to make my point. And so it's all with the emphasis on the effort of persuasion to bring people around to my way of thinking here. That's what we should all do in whatever capacity, the gifts that we have. I thank the gentleman from Oklahoma.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Gentleman, Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When the class of 2010 arrived, we thought we were the cavalry coming to save the day then, and it would have been these three faces that folks in that class looked to try to figure out how to be a productive source of friction within the institution in order to make a difference here. And it is not lost on me that one of those three faces is not going to be with us any longer next year, and that is a tremendous loss for us as a conference and for us as a body. It is. I'm glad the way it turned out, and what I hope is our last Rules Committee meeting of the session. That the three of you are here, but Ms. Bachmann, I hope you know that that the cause of conservatism will be the lesser for not having you here to advocate for it next year, and we will have to find a suitable third member of this panel come next time around. I don't know who that would be, but I thank all three of you for sometimes. It's very difficult issues that you take on, and sometimes it's not particularly popular issues that you take on, but I would say generally those issues that need to be taken up the most are those issues that are the most difficult to take up, and I thank you all.
Gentlemen,
be happy to yield my friend from Oklahoma.
real quickly for a comment. I love the class of 2010. But just speaking as a Native American, could you please refer to yourself as the Marines rather than the Cavalry?
I was thinking of Patton's armored cavalry, I would say to the gentleman, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back this time. Gentleman from Florida.
I have no questions, but I want to echo Mr. Woodall's comments. You know, as a member of the class of 2010, the Marines came to help in deference to that. But, you know, as a rose sits there between two thorns, I will tell you, Ms. Bachmann, we're going to really miss you. And we're going to miss what you bring in regards to, you know, a thoughtful process. And we do appreciate that. And to the two thorns next to you, we have, you know, we go back and we have a lot of meetings on the side, and we really do appreciate it, from the prayer breakfast to the opportunity breakfast and stuff. So I really do appreciate all three of you. Thank you very much.
Gentleman yields back this time. Gentleman from Orlando does not seek time. Gentleman from Louisville, Texas.
I realize that I'm sort of the last man standing here on this panel, but these are three members with whom I hold in very high regard. And Michelle, I'll just join the others. We will miss you. Mr. Chairman, I will never forget the day the gentleman from Iowa told me earlier this term that had he known that I would one day be on the Rules Committee, he would have been nicer to me for the last 10 years. It was at that point I appreciated the raw power that came with this appointment. But to the gentleman from Texas, I want to thank you for bringing up the, I think it was the Case Church Amendment from 1973, the series of Boland amendments 10 years later. I mean, sometimes we think about defunding as some sort of exotic thing that people do. It has been a technique that has been employed by both sides of the dais in the past, and sometimes it has changed the course of history. So I thank you for bringing your amendment here today, and certainly appreciate the time that all of you have spent with us this evening. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bachman, I want to add my hearty congratulations to you, and about the best thing I can tell you is two things. Job well done. You're going to be missed. And I don't think we've seen the last of you, but we hope you do remember your awesome time here and the time when we formed the Tea Party Caucus, and I was an original member of that, and for the years and the days that people visited us and came alive. So thank you very much. I want to thank all three of you for being here today. If you please leave anything you have in writing for us at the committee, I appreciate it very much, and thank you for taking time to be here today.
Thank you.
Mr. Polis, I don't know if you want to go down front or if you would like to stay, so the gentleman may go to the front. Judge, good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If gentlemen, hold just one moment, please. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I worked very hard, given the short time frame, I worked very hard, given the short time frame. I just saw the bill last night, stayed up most of the night trying to get through it. But I did come up with 4 amendments that I think would improve the bill. Ranging from, and I'll start with some that might be more controversial, the ones that I don't think should be controversial at all. And I'll just briefly go through the 4 of those. The first one, that's the most important one, maybe the most controversial, it's the most important one. I didn't know I'd have the opportunity to do this again, this Congress. But I am now offering H.R. 15, the Comprehensive Immigration Reform, as an amendment to this rule that would allow for immediate consideration of H.R. 15. Which I'm very excited about, because this would, I know I've heard from a couple of my colleagues they wanted to stop this executive action. This would do that, unlike the Republican proposal, and instead there would be a law that the Senate's already passed with more than 2/3 bipartisan majority, and I think it has the votes on the floor of the House. So I would like to offer that up. I think it would address the concerns of Mr. King and Mr. Gomer and others that were passionate about this executive order not moving through. So I would urge the inclusion of that amendment. I also have some money-saving amendments, and we're trying to get at the answer to the deficit spending levels, and I think we'll have those tomorrow, but we all know that this is a deficit spending bill. So I did find several cuts. One of them is to cut some of the subsidies to fossil fuel research. And now I would, on my own, I would cut it even more, but the President requested $483 million. This Congress saw fit in this appropriations bill to add an additional, I believe, $70 million on top of that, increasing it to $571 million. And I cut it back, this amendment, to the President's level. So this would save about $90 million. And this is just research in fossil fuels. So it's a subsidy for oil and gas research. And I think that going above and beyond even what Obama wants to spend, I know the Republicans are the big spending party, but in this particular case, we should cut it back to the fiscal prudence of the President and reduce the deficit with that. So that is the next amendment. That's amendment number 18, which I hope is made in order. I was also able to put together an amendment with regard to the aircraft carrier George Washington. Now, this is an aircraft carrier that is effectively the 11th Carrier Strike Group. Almost everybody from Secretary Gates, former Secretary Gates, on down to people on both sides of the aisle on outside think tanks, American Enterprise, New American Security, Center for Strategic and Budgetary Assessments, agree that this is likely to be cut, going to a force of 10 carrier groups, which, by the way, it still provides a force of sufficient to fight any multiple wars in the world. Is more than all the rest of the world combined. So we are providing money for the ongoing overhaul and refueling and maintenance of an aircraft carrier, which is very likely to be decommissioned in another year or two, or perhaps in the next defense authorization. It's just a waste of money. And we can save $5 billion if we include this amendment in the appropriations bill and allow an up and down vote on it. I think it'll pass. And then finally, I think this is the least controversial because, you know, we all came off the campaign trail recently. We all had to run for office again. And one of the examples I always give when people say, you know, why is Congress spending so much and why are the Republicans spending so much? And I always say, well, here's what happens. Here's the dynamic. And I use the defense spending as an example, but this could be applied to civilian sectors too, but I'm just using this example. What happens is the defense experts, the military, the Pentagon, they often say, we don't even need this project. It's a capability we don't need. We're not going to use. Congress still spends the money, perhaps because a member of influence wanted it in their district or there was some sort of special interest or pork reason to have it in there, even when the military itself didn't want it. And one such project here is the Abrams 1 tank. And we're cutting $120 million from this program, which the Army has said they don't want. The Army has stated repeatedly in testimony here in written form that the Abrams tank upgrades are unnecessary. The administration doesn't include it in their funding proposal. The Army has proposed freezing refurbishment of the Abrams tank until the M1A3 variety becomes operational in 2017. It's scheduled for obsolescence. General Odierno testified back in 2012, quote, "We don't need the tanks," end quote. And Congress keeps doing it. They keep giving it to them. So this, I hope, which saves $120 million, supported by Taxpayers for Common Sense, Project and Government Oversight, I think would pass and would allow all of us to go back to our constituents and say, look, sometimes Congress can get it right. We take the deficit seriously. And when there's a project that even the military leaders say they don't want, why would Congress, at taxpayer expense, foist it on them? So those are my amendments. I would hope that all of them are made in order. I think they'll all pass if they are. And I thank the chairman for the time and happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, gentlemen. Does any member of the Democrat panel have a question? Does any member of the Republican, the gentleman from Oklahoma?
I do. I want to, and I respect my friend's amendments, but I do want to put something in the record. You talked about the big spending Republican Congress. Is spending more or less in discretionary spending than the last Democratic majority?
We'd have to get the answer. Is it?
Well, I can give you the answer. It's a lot less.
Suspect,
it's $165 billion less than when you had the majority in 2008 in discretionary spending alone. It's lower in defense spending as well. Now, we can, look, I don't disagree with my friend bringing important projects up to discuss, but the defense budget is down. The deficit is down from $1.4 trillion to under $500 billion from when my friends were in the majority and us, and overall spending discretionary is down. So I just want to, for the record, point out if we're the big spending Republican Congress, the Democrats were spending a lot more.
Well, this bill before us today, though, is a bill put together by Republicans. I don't know if there were any Democrats in the room. Maybe there were, maybe there weren't. But essentially, it's a $1.1 trillion
to my friend's point, there were Democrats in the room, both in the House, but I also remind you that the counterpart is a Democratic United States Senate and a Democratic president that we're negotiating with. So the idea that Democrats were somehow unrepresented in this process is just simply not the case.
Well, I hope that these amendments, that some of which are non-controversial, can help reduce the size of this expenditure and the size of our...
Well, my friend is more than fair in making that point, and right. But I do want to point out another thing that people tend to forget, and it may not even be germane. I'd certainly let my friend comment. But this idea that the Pentagon is always right about what it recommends and Congress is always wrong. It was the United States Air Force that was opposed to drones, said it was pilotless airplanes. That was a congressional idea, actually an earmark, when a phrase we're no longer allowed to use, evidently. But and if we want to go back in history, not the Pentagon, because it didn't exist, but the Defense Department, or the War Department, as it's called, pre-World War II, was against aircraft carriers. That was actually a congressional initiative against, quote, battleship admirals. So, again, I don't disparage our friends in the Pentagon and their professional expertise, but occasionally Congress is right on some really big decisions.
to my friend's point about the Abrams tank, and this is one we have wrestled with on the Defense Appropriations Committee, and I know they've wrestled with in a bipartisan way, there's only one tank line left in the United States that actually produces tanks. And the real question is, if you don't need them this year, and by the way, that line is mostly sustained by foreign sales. We're not the only people that buy. It's mostly, so if you cut it back, do you save money in the short term? No question, my friend is correct. But do you lose the capability of producing them? Do you lose the industrial base and capacity that goes with that? And which, by the way, there are half the number of people working. This is not my district, just full disclosure. This is Ohio, okay? There's half the number of people working at that plant than there were 3 or 4 years ago. So that, I'm not sure my friend is not correct. I'm not making that argument. I just want you to know that this has not been a political discussion in defense appropriations, and I'm sure with our friends in the authorizing committee, it has really been a struggle as to what the appropriate thing to do is to maintain capacity and recognize that the Pentagon tends to focus on the kind of war we are now. You know, there's a lot of argument that we'll never fight a major land war again. Well, there's a country called North Korea that has a large conventional force. We don't know that. And so, again, to my friend's point, again, I think the amendments are worthy to discuss. I appreciate him bringing them up. But there is a context here in terms of, and I know my friend didn't suggest this, but there wasn't a political decision on tanks. We have fundamental disagreements sometimes on weapons systems and Congress is not always wrong. Occasionally, you know, it's more far-sighted than the United States military about these things. But, you know, at the end of the day, you're right. We need to have these debates, bring these things up, have the discussion. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Does any Republican seek time? The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I just want to make a comment, and I really appreciate when you go line item and you look at things and you say, hey, listen, there's some reasons why I think we could save money and cut. I just let you go back, though. The authorizing committee, HASC, you know, we debated this issue ad nauseum. And, you know, there was 100 and some amendments within HASC that were brought up. But ultimately, what passed out of HASC was unanimous. And this was part of the authorizing portion of it. And
which one are you talking about, the tank or the aircraft carrier group?
All the above.
Okay.
And I will tell you this, even General Ordonaro has said, and other generals that have testified in front of myself and others have said, the Pentagon has not gotten it right once in regards to what war we're going to fight next. And that's a fact. I mean, it's nothing against them. They've never been able to figure out what's the next war we're going to fight. And so I think, you know, the gentleman from Oklahoma hit it on the head. Sometimes, you know, we have to have some congressional ideas in there to make us.
I don't know if Congress has ever gotten it right what the next war we're going to fight is either.
We never have.
I think anybody knows that. And the other challenge we always have in any area with an authorizing committee and the appropriation is the authorizing committees, it's not their job, while they can be cognizant of budgetary issues, they're not the ones who have to match the resources with the expenditure.
No, absolutely
there are
not.
many programs that are authorized at higher levels
Absolutely,
and funded at lower levels.
but HASC absolutely is the authorizing committee as it relates to the armed services.
Yes.
And I think we have a very bipartisan group. Like I said, it passed out of committee unanimously, that authorization. So I just want to thank you, though, for your ideas, and I would be glad to yield back.
If I could,
Absolutely.
Thank you. Many of us feel, in terms of, you know, what is the security risk to our country, that continued deficit spending and the therefore economic reliance that leads to in terms of other countries owning our national debt is really one of the greatest middle and long-term security challenges.
Well, then I think you agree then with all of us on the Republican side. That's why we've really gone after discretionary spending in regards to that. It is our biggest threat in regards to, you know, the debt that we have $18 trillion in debt today and growing. It's not growing as fast as when I first got here, which is a great thing, but it is still a problem for America. But the other thing is this, is that, and we've said it here before, if we don't take care of our national defense and protection of the homeland, there is nothing else to worry about. There is nothing. And the threats have not gotten less. I mean, if you've seen the resurgence in Russia and China, and you have all the other actors, nation-state actors out there, it has not gotten safer. And so I think that when you start cutting investment within the military, and particularly when you start talking about cutting investments in our military men and women, it is a dangerous, dangerous road to go down. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Does any other Republican seek time? Mr. Poles, thank you very much for taking time to bring us your thoughtful ideas, and I appreciate you very much. Okay, this now closes the hearing portion of the bill that we began hours ago to the Senate Amendment H.R. 83. Chairman will be in receipt of a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee grant a rule providing for the consideration of the Senate Amendment to H.R. 83 to require the Secretary of the Interior to assemble a team of technical policy and financial experts to address the energy needs of the insular areas of the United States and the freely associated states through the development of energy action plans aimed at promoting access to affordable, reliable energy, including increasing use of indigenous clean energy resources and for other purposes. The rule makes an order or motion offered by the Chair of the Committee on Appropriations or his designee that the House concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 83 with an amendment consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 113-59 modified by the amendment printed in the Rules Committee report. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the motion. The rule provides that the Senate amendment and the motion shall be considered as read. The rule provides 70 minutes of debate on the motion with 60 minutes equally divided, controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations, and 10 minutes equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education. And the Workforce, Section 2 of the rule provides that upon adoption of the motion specified in Section 1, H. Con. Res. 122 shall be considered as adopted. Section 3 of the rule provides the chair of the Committee on Appropriations may insert in the congressional record at any time during the remainder of the second session of the 113th Congress such material as he may deem explanatory of the Senate amendment and the motion specified in the first section of the resolution. Finally, Section 4 of the rule waives the requirement of Clause 6A of Rule 13, requiring a two-thirds vote to consider rule on the same date as reported from the Rules Committee for any resolution reported from the Rules Committee through legislative day of December 12, 2014.
You've now heard the motion from the gentlewoman from Grandfather Community, North Carolina. Is there amendment or discussion?
Yes, sir. I
Gentlewoman
have
is
an amendment to
recognized.
the rule, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee grant an open rule for the crime notice bill that we can offer amendments on the floor and fix this profoundly flawed piece of legislation.
You've now heard the amendment. Well,
Slim and
good. Well, it simply shuts down the government if we
Right.
delay this action, and perhaps that is what people want. I don't. You've heard the amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none, the vote now be on the Slaughter Amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
Noes have it, noes have it. Further amendment or
I
discussion?
have an amendment to the rule. Why? Oh, thank you. This is a New York bill, I freely admit it.
I'll give you a New York minute.
The part we want to add New York to the list of states with medical marijuana laws. New York is fairly new to that and did not meet hadn't listed in the number of states with medical marijuana when they were protected from the Department of Justice from interfering with the implementation. And I would like very much to have the chance to have New York added to that by amendment, or see if we could work on some kind of technical correction, because it is basically unfair. They did not check the states before they wrote the omnibus.
If I can I speak to that, Mr. Chairman? The motion?
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I agree. It was Congress did the right thing with regard to the states that at that time had medical marijuana laws. New York's was passed just after Congress acted and therefore was not included in the congressional action. So this is on the matter of a technical correction. and I think it's Mr. Jeffries and worked on it as well. And
Yes, it is Mr. Jeffries.
it's Mr. Jeffries' amendment, and I think it simply makes sense. It's consistent with where a majority of Congress is, both Democrats and Republicans. I would encourage it be adopted.
Further
Some
discussion?
kind
Yes,
of
ma'am.
fix for it in case.
Okay, you've now heard the discussion. Now go to the vote. Those in favor of the slaughter amendment signify by saying aye.
Let's all say aye.
Those opposed, no. No.
Oh, I have to have a roll call.
Roll
New York
call
is
vote.
going to be brokenhearted.
Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster? No. Ms. Ross-Lehtinen? Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess? No. Ms. Slaughter?
Yes.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern? Yes. Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings? Yes. Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis? Aye. Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman? No. Mr. Chairman, no.
I have another amendment.
Clerk will report the total.
Mr. Chair.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment's not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion, gentlewoman, New York recognized.
This is an amendment I offered that Mr. Kaufman had come up with. I was very much impressed by it because, as we all know, what happened to all their equipment in Iraq when the ISIS came over the hill. They all threw off their uniforms and abandoned probably $1 billion worth of American equipment, which ISIS picked up and is now using to shoot at us. Mr. Kaufman asked the other day if we could have an amendment that would prohibit U.S. funds from being used to pay the salaries of the Iraqi security forces or to provide weapons or equipment to the Iraqi security forces. If I could speak to that, Secretary Hagel was just there when he was asked for money again to provide them with all of the weapons. And you recall, too, that we all saw that we've discovered that 50,000 ghost soldiers were on the payroll and we were paying their salaries. I think this is incredibly sensible, and it says that we're sort of grown up and are paying a little bit of attention to what we're doing here.
Further discussion. Vote now be on slaughter amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No.
Roll call, please.
Gentlewoman asks for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent, no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster, no. Ms. Ross-Lehtinen? Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings? Aye. Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis? Aye. Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment's not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion, gentleman, Massachusetts recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the Klein-Miller Pension Reform Amendment be made in order as a standalone amendment with 1 hour of debate evenly divided between the proponent and opponent. And the reason why I'm making this amendment is because I mean this so-called compromise didn't come out of regular order. I don't know. I'm not quite sure all the details in this particular so-called pension reform package. I can tell you that I've got some letters in support of it. I got letters from the Teamsters and the Steelworkers, and Mr. Hastings mentioned a number of other organizations, including the AARP, that are strongly against it. But I mean, under this rule, this amendment is going to be self-executed when you pass the rule, and there'll be no debate on it. And so I think members deserve the opportunity to know what the hell they're voting on before we have a vote. So I'd urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Further discussion. Vote now be on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Noes have it.
Ask for a roll call, Mr.
Gentleman asks for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Nugent, no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster, no. Ms. Ross-Lehtinen? Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings? Aye. Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis? Aye. Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment's not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I have
Gentleman
an
from
amendment to
Massachusetts
the
recognized.
rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment to the House amendment by myself and Representative Walter Jones, number 5, which would provide that no funds may be used to carry out military operations related to Operation Inherent Resolve, that's Iraq, Syria, and the region, until Congress authorizes such an operation.
Heard amendment by the gentleman from Massachusetts. Further discussion? Seeing none, the vote will now be on the amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Noes have it, noes have it. For the amendment, gentleman is recognized.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment to the House amendment by myself and Representative Walter Jones, number 6, which would provide that no funds may be used to continue deployment of U.S. Armed Forces in Afghanistan after March 31st, 2015, unless and until Congress authorizes such missions.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the vote will now be on the amendment from the gentleman from Massachusetts. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Noes have it, noes have it.
Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman is
I have
recognized.
an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment to the House amendment by myself and Representative Walter Jones, number 7, which would provide that no funds may be used to deploy U.S. ground forces in a combat role in Iraq, Syria, or other countries in the region related to Operation Inherent Resolve. And if I could just say, Mr. Chairman, the reason why I think this amendment is so vitally important is because it appears that we will leave without living up to our constitutional responsibilities and actually voting on an authorization on this current war that we're in. And notwithstanding the fact that early on the administration said there would be absolutely no ground troops that would be deployed in combat, that is changing. And Secretary of State Kerry yesterday testified before the Senate and said that any AUMF that Congress should consider should not include restrictions on the use of ground troops and should not limit operations to Iraq and to Syria. I worry very much that by the time we reconvene that our troops will be in a combat mission, something that all of us should be very concerned about, and so I'd urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
You've now heard the discussion, the amendment from the gentleman from Massachusetts. Those further discussion, seeing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Noes have it, noes have it.
Ask for roll call.
Gentleman asks for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent, no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster, no. Ms. Ross-Leighton and Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings? Aye. Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis? Aye. Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment's not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion?
I have 3 more amendments.
Gentleman from Massachusetts
I
recognized.
have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment to the House amendment by myself, Representative DeLauro, and Representative Huffman, number 12, which would strike 2 sections that weaken the Child Nutrition Act regarding sodium and whole grains, and 1 section that weakens WIC regarding white potatoes. And, Mr. Chairman, I really believe that we shouldn't ignore science and nutritionists when drafting federal policy. These provisions that are being this bill overturns, these provisions, what this Republican provision would do is ignore the advice of scientists and nutritionists who tell us that we need to increase the number of whole grains and limit sodium on our school meals, and who say that white potatoes are not a part of a balanced diet when it comes to WIC. And I would urge my colleagues to support this.
Now heard the amendment and the discussion from the gentleman from Massachusetts. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the vote will be on the government. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Noes have it, noes have it.
Ask for a roll call.
Gentleman asks for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox, no. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Nugent, no. Mr. Webster? No. Mr. Webster, no. Ms. Ross-Leighton? No. Ms. Ross-Leighton, no. Mr. Burgess? No. Mr. Burgess, no. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings? Aye. Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis? Aye. Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Amendment's not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion, gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for my amendment to the House Amendment Number 15, which would strike language included in the bill that suspends DOT provisions requiring drivers to be off duty from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. on 2 consecutive days before restarting their weekly work clock. The amendment also strikes language that suspends the requirement that 168 hours, 7 days elapse before a driver can start a new week. And I would just say to my colleagues that this was, this again does not belong in this appropriations bill, but this, according to highway safety advocates, would result in making our roads more dangerous. And according to the Teamsters and various truck driving associations, that this is something that would be dangerous. And again, putting these kinds of riders on bills like this when we're not going through a deliberative process, I think is unfortunate. I'd urge my colleagues to support this.
Gentleman has had an amendment and discussion. Further discussion, seeing none, the vote now be on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Those have it,
roll call.
gentlemen, ask for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster? No. Ms. Ross-Lehtinen? No. Ms. Ross-Lehtinen? No. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess? No. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Ms. Slaughter? Aye. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. Hastings? Aye. Mr. Hastings? Aye. Mr. Polis? Aye. Mr. Polis? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman? No.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion, gentlemen.
I have one final amendment, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment to the House Amendment by Representative Deutsch, Elsie Hastings, and myself, Representative Polis, and others, number 13, which would strike provisions allowing a massive increase in the maximum contribution people can make to political parties each year. I just say, Mr. Chairman, that an omnibus appropriations bill is not the place to be making drastic changes to our current campaign finance laws. And according to reform groups, if these provisions become law, they will constitute the most corrupting campaign finance provisions ever enacted by Congress and signed by a president. This bill increases the limits on individual contributions to a party by allowing a person to contribute a total of $770,000 per year, or $1.5 million per 2-year cycle. This amendment would strike the language included in the bill that drastically increases how much money America's wealthiest donors can give to a political party committees. And without objection, I submit for the record a letter from campaign reform groups urging members to vote against these destructive campaign finance reform provisions, and urge my colleagues to support this.
Further amendment and discussion. Further discussion. Seeing none, the vote will now be on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Noes have it, noes have it. Gentlemen, ask for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox?
No.
Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster? No. Ms. Ross-Lehtinen? Ms. Ross-Lehtinen? No. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess? No. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Ms. Slaughter? Aye. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. Hastings?
Aye.
Mr. Hastings? Aye. Mr. Polis?
Aye.
Mr. Polis? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman? No.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Amendment's not agreed to.
I'm sorry,
Excuse me. Gentleman has questions.
Yeah, no,
Gentleman's
I
recognized.
know I misspoke. I have one additional amendment that.
The gentleman's recognized.
And that is, I would like to offer an amendment to make Ms. Lowy's amendment in order, which would strike the provisions regarding Dodd-Frank that are included in the omnibus bill. We had some discussion about this earlier, but the fact of the matter is, that what the House is repealing is basically a prohibition against federal government bailouts of swaps entities. And basically the provision that's about to be repealed requires banks to keep separate a key part of their risky Wall Street speculation so that there's no government insurance for that part of their business. As the New York Times has explained, the goal was to isolate risky trading and to prevent government bailouts, because these sorts of risky trades, called derivative trades, were a main culprit in the 2008 financial crisis. And again, this has no business being on this omnibus bill. And I think that I know a lot of Democratic votes will be opposed to this because of precisely the inclusion of this terrible repeal. And I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
You've now heard the motion and the amendment and the discussion, further discussion. Seeing none, the vote now be on the Montgomery amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Noes have it, noes have it.
Roll call.
Clerk would poll the committee.
Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent, no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster, no. Ms. Ross-Lehtinen? Ms. Ross-Lehtinen, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Ms. Slaughter?
Yes, aye.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings?
Aye.
Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis?
Aye.
Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Amendment's not agreed to, not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Florida is
Mr.
recognized.
Chairman, I have an amendment, and I ask that we make in order and give the necessary waivers to my amendment that has no numbered reference because it comes from the resolution itself. I ask that in the fifth noted portion of the resolution, where it reads, and 10 minutes equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, that read as 60 minutes equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce. My reasoning for that, Mr. Chairman, and I won't ask for a roll call because no one has had an opportunity on our side, particularly staff, to give me input with reference to this matter. But what we will allow for here, and I've seen, as have all of us, a lot of unfairness on this committee, both when Democrats were in the majority and when Republicans were in the majority. But this would be particularly unfair to those who have a different point of view than Mr. Miller and Mr. Klein. The 10 minutes that are allotted, even though arguably they could be permitted to have give one person 1 minute or 2 minutes, knowing the principles, I doubt very seriously if anyone other than someone who is going to speak in favor of the Klein-Miller amendment would be speaking. Now, we are undoing 40 years of ERISA law in a dead of the night, a patched-on piece of legislation that should have stand alone, as Mr. McGovern has sought by way of amendment. But at the very least, we could give some members of the House who have a different point of view an opportunity to speak. And even if it were not 60 minutes, if it was 30 minutes, something that will allow for someone other than two people who are going to argue in favor of their amendment, and it's understandable that they would.
Gentleman
It's
yield.
just not fair, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, I will.
I think the gentleman makes a point that is understandable. Would the gentleman have a motion to double the amount of time from what it is now to doubling it as opposed to?
Doubling it from 60 minutes to?
No, I don't believe it's 60 minutes.
No, it's 70 and 10.
So it's
10 to 20?
So 10 to 20.
Yeah, then I offer an amendment that it be from 10 to 20. My preference would be more time, but I
If
can
the
readily
gentleman
understand.
could state that.
So stated for the record that it be made in order that the section number 5, third sentence would read 20 minutes instead of 10 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. Is there discussion?
Okay, just one question.
Yes, sir.
Would that also include a freestanding vote, or would it still be?
I don't think that's what we were talking about. We were talking about taking that time that he was in reference to, And I believe I could support it, and I believe this committee could support that. And your points are well made.
But it gets no vote. Is that,
It-
it's
we're gonna-
self-executed.
I'm sorry? Right, it's self-executed, just an underlying measure. So we were talking about the time. I heard you say time.
Yes.
Yes, sir. The time. Those in favor, further discussion, those in favor of the Alcee Hastings amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Thank you,
The
Mr.
amendment
Chairman.
is agreed to. Thank the gentleman. Gentleman from Colorado, does he seek time?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This gives me great hope that an amendment can be
Gentleman's
included in the rule, and I have two to offer. The first, I have an amendment to the rule, Mr. Chairman, to add a section of the resolution to bring up H.R. 15, the House version of the Senate Bipartisan Comprehensive Immigration Reform Bill, under a closed rule. And once again, Mr. Chairman, this will be the last opportunity before the expiration of this Congress to actually undo the President's executive actions and instead go with something that Democrats and Republicans here support, more than two-thirds of the Senate, and I think it'll pass the House, and I hope that this amendment, as the Hastings Amendment, is adopted.
For the amendment from the gentleman from Colorado, those in further discussion, seeing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no? No. The
Roll
noes
call,
have it.
Mr. Chair.
Noes have it. Gentleman asks for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent, no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster, no. Ms. Ross-Lehtinen? Yes. Ms. Ross-Lehtinen, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Ms. Slaughter?
Aye.
Ms. Slaughter, aye. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings? Aye. Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis?
Aye.
Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
5 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the
Gentleman's
rule.
recognized.
I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for my amendments to the House amendment, numbers 14, 18, and 19, and the amendment I authored with Representative Holmes Norton, number 8, and also the amendment number 13, separately moved by Mr. McGovern, but I included in mass with mine with regard to Mr. Deutsch's, Mr. Hastings, Mr. McGovern, Ms. Edwards, Ms. Sarbanes' amendment with regard to the campaign finance rules to allow for all of those amendments to be considered.
Now heard the amendment from the gentleman from Colorado. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Noes have it. I want to thank the committee. I'd like to defer to the gentlewoman for a comment from North Carolina. Gentlewoman, Vice Chairman, the committee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it, and I know it's late and everybody wants to go home. But I think we need to make a comment about so many comments that were made here this afternoon by our colleagues about the power of the purse. And I have to say that I have talked with people about this a lot at home. I've gotten a lot of mail about it. People say, oh, the House has the power of the purse, therefore you can stop the president by defunding anything that you want to do. Well, I think since we had so much talk today about the Constitution and the importance of protecting the Constitution, that it might be useful, as I have done when I've spoken to groups at home, simply to read the clause that has, the section that has been interpreted as the power of the purse. It's Section 7, Article 1, all bills for raising revenue shall originate in the House of Representatives, semicolon. But the Senate may propose or concur with amendments as on other bills. What I think the public has often not understood when the term power of the purse in the House has been used is the second part of the section. And that is that we unilaterally cannot stop the president or anyone else from taking action by holding back money. The Senate has to concur, and then, of course, as other parts of the Constitution show, then the president has to agree with that. I think that has gotten lost in much of the discussion, and I think, again, since we had spent so much time talking about the Constitution, it might be worthwhile our quoting the exact provision so that we help a little bit in educating the public and maybe our own members about what the provision says. So many of our colleagues said, I mean, we had some hypotheticals in here at the end. If we do such and such, then the Senate will have to do so and so. Well, I don't believe that. I think that that defunding, we might want to do that, but it doesn't necessarily mean the Senate would follow suit and the President would follow suit. So I just wanted to bring this up to us before we adjourn tonight to clarify the record on what power of the purse means. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence.
I thank the gentlewoman, and I would defer to the gentleman, the Judge Hastings from Florida.
Thank you very much.
Gentleman's recognized.
I genuinely thank Dr. Fox for that clarification. And what I'm about to say will surprise some of you. It won't surprise him. I happen to consider over the years Sean Hannity to be a friend, and I hope he gets your clarification.
Thank you.
So noted.
Mr. Hastings.
Further discussion by the committee. Let's see, I think we need to vote on the motion from, I haven't lost it yet. I'm just trying to stay after it here. We're going to now offer the last vote of the evening, and that will be in favor of the motion from the gentlewoman from Grandfather, North Carolina, the gentlewoman, Mrs. Fox, Vice Chairman of the Committee. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No. Roll call.
The ayes have it. Clerk will seek a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox?
Yay.
Ms. Fox, aye. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall? Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Nugent? Mr. Nugent, aye. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster, aye. Ms. Ross-Lehtinen? Ms. Ross-Lehtinen, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Ms. Slaughter?
No.
Ms. Slaughter, no. Mr. McGovern? No. Mr. McGovern, no. Mr. Hastings? No. Mr. Hastings, no. Mr. Polis? No. Mr. Polis, no. Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Clerk will report the total.
9 yeas, 4 nays.
The motion is agreed to. I want to thank the entire committee and to let us know that Mr. Cole will be handling this for Republicans.
And the pleasure will be all mine.
And the pleasure will be Mrs. Slaughter's. And I want to do a couple things here. First of all, I want to say thank you to everybody for your patience. I thought this committee did an awesome job in dealing with the people that came to visit us, and that helps us and them. I thought we did a good job today. Secondly, I'd like to let everybody know that yesterday was Ann Thorson, Miss Maryland's birthday. So, Miss Maryland, happy birthday. Yeah, she finds herself sitting next to a young woman who, Miss SMU, Tori T. Miller, who we've not seen since she left for the Senate, used to be the communications director for the Rules Committee. It's good to see Tori T. Miller tonight. And lastly, I do not expect, but we will wait to find out whether we're going to have another Rules Committee meeting before we leave. But I want to wish each and every one of you the very best of the holiday season, the very best of a thanks from me to the staff and to the members for sticking together, getting our job done, and for the opportunity for us to go back and enjoy our families, remembering that there are lots of people back home who do recognize the work that you do is, in fact, very important, and I want to put an exclamation point behind that. Thank you very much, and God bless each and every one of you. This now ends the meeting. So.